Thank you all for being here on time. I apologize for being a few minutes late. The 8th annual retreat of the Board of Trustees is reconvened, and we will proceed with roll call. Chris, please respond when the secretary says your name.
Danny Bailey.
Present.
Anna Cavanato.
Present.
Richard Shafts.
Here.
Christine Cronin. Tom Insko.
Present.
Bill Johnson.
Present.
Tamara Mabbitt. Cheryl Martin.
Present.
George Mendoza.
Here.
Cedric Reel.
Present.
Brad Stevens. Here. Maurizio Valerio.
Present.
Chris Warner.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Chris. Well, we had a great day yesterday. I think all the sessions were interesting. I appreciate the engagement of all the board in the discussions and look forward to more of that today, where we'll have some more educational leaders from the region to talk to us, which is a great focus. It's what we're about. If we learn as much today as we learned yesterday, that'll be great. First item today will be some housekeeping announcements from the board secretary. Chris.
Thank you, Richard. This will be shorter than yesterday. We do ask everyone to put your cell phones on Do Not Disturb. Members of the media, if you're here, and please sign the sign-in sheet that Pepper's got to provide access to the public. The public have been invited to attend in person, and this meeting is being live streamed over the internet. Please remember to use your tabletop microphones when speaking. They're not just used to amplify in this room. They're the only way people on the internet can hear what's being said. Otherwise, that concludes my announcements. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Any other announcements? Hearing none, we'll turn to our consent items, which for this meeting include minutes of the May 18th and 19th meeting and the June 27th meeting. Is there a motion to approve?
I will make a motion, Chair Shouts, to approve consent items 7A and B.
Motion from Trustee Valerio. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Trustee Bailey. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Passed. Okay. So I just want to make a few comments before we move into the next item. I think we're all still recovering to some degree from the announcement that President Insko is leaving Eastern Oregon University. His steady hand and leadership in partnership with us and everyone in the EOU community have really brought about the financial stability that we have today. We have administrative stability in the university, great teams to carry things forward. As a board, when I think about, okay, what's the board going to do this next year? Of course, I always think about budget, but we'll save that for now. The two things that come to mind are we need a smooth transition process. How do we get from where we are now to when the new president assumes his or her role? And the second thing that we need is a quality search and hire process. That is a more standard kind of a process as far as the steps, but there's a lot of flexibility within the process as far as how we do it, and the board needs to have discussions about that and decide on what works for EOU to ensure that we bring a quality person in as our next president. So today, we're not going to spend a lot of time talking about the search and hire process. That we'll probably get more deeply engaged in that in the special meeting that you all got an email about from Chris. I don't know what the results of that were as far as which date, but it'll be in August. That's when we'll really dive into that. Today, we want to provide ample time to discuss alternatives and hear President Insco's recommendation for the transition plan. So among the alternatives being considered is a proposal of a co-presidency in which Laura Moore, Vice President of Finance Administration, and I would share presidential duties during the transition. So what does that mean? As far as I go, the proposal would mean that temporarily I'd be a paid contractor of the university, and because it includes a compensation element, Laura and I have a conflict of interest around this discussion. So for this agenda item, as I mentioned yesterday, I'm going to hand the gavel over to Cheryl, our vice chair, to facilitate the discussion. And also, I will not vote on this issue. Laura and I support President Insco's proposal. At the same time, we don't have egos about this. You know, this is one of those times where I think the board needs to be the board and have frank discussion and say whatever you want about what you think is best. That's what I want, because I want what's best for EOU. And so for that reason, Laura and I will step out of the room so that you can have that discussion. We'll step back in whenever you want us to, because we'll put all the cards on the table and talk about what you think is best and what will work and what won't. I know President Insco spent a lot of time putting his thoughts and proposal together, so he's going to give you some good food for thought as you proceed with this discussion. So, Laura, is there anything you want to say? Or? Okay. Cheryl?
Do I move there, or do you move the gavel?
We can move the gavel.
Let's move the gavel.
Richard,
I suggest Richard and Laura stay in for the first part, because I think, you know, fundamental to this decision is the driving priorities behind the objective of the interim transition, and the full board needs to align on that. That has ultimately nothing to do with the well, it's not specific to my recommendation that I make, and frankly, if the board ultimately says, actually, we think there are different priorities in this transition leadership, then that would influence the recommendation and following conversation. So if the board's fine with that, and Richard, you're fine with that, I'd have you stay in. You all right with me just taking off on this?
Go for it.
All right. This is not something I thought I was going to have to work on. But as I've said, life is uncertain, and so consequently we are here with a presidential transition. As I would refer you to the staff sheet that was provided, that I provided, that I think is a relatively good summary of what led me to the recommendation. And so I do think the board needs to understand the university community's context of presidential transitions over the last 10 to 20 years has always been negative from the standpoint of the university has been in turmoil for some reason. Financial exigency has often been associated with transition and such. So frankly, my concern with my announcement is that people would assume something's wrong with the institution. That, oh my gosh, we're in that space again, and we're not. And that's what I tried to make clear briefly in the staff report, that we as a university are in a very different space. We are stable financially. We have purpose and focus in terms of our vision, our strategic plan as a university. And therefore, from my standpoint, there's not a need from a leadership perspective to come in and disrupt things, to change things significantly. Now that's my context, that's my perspective. That's something that you as a board need to think about and contemplate in this decision. So that's what led me then to what are the top priorities coming out of this transition as we grapple with interim leadership. And as I note, first and foremost, stability and continuity. There is no crisis. The institution is doing well. We're moving forward. So how do we provide for the continuation of consistent operation and focus of the organization? Continue to move forward. Frankly, I'm not, my recommendation is not about standing still as a university for the next 10-ish months, plus or minus. It's about continuing to move forward because we as a university need to. Our students need us to continue to move forward. So that was the stability and continuity was the first priority. Momentum. We have a number of initiatives that are in place. We're going into a legislative session that we've positioned the university, Tim and Anna, and their work in terms of being able to continue to seek added investment in important areas to the university. We don't want to lose that traction. We have an extremely, as you heard from Ben Cannon yesterday, a very favorable viewpoint from a statewide perspective of our university, how we're operating, what we're accomplishing, how we're leading in ways, for example, the Moonshot for Equity, which you all will hear a lot more about over the course of this year. Those types of things are very much leading in the higher ed space in the state of Oregon, and frankly, through this transition, I don't want the university to lose momentum. So continuity, stability, and momentum. Then also, I think we heard from some panelists yesterday, we hear frequently the importance of engagement. This board helps us be very engaged, obviously, but also the university needs to continue to be engaged with our region, with our stakeholders, with donors, with friends of the university, to continue our momentum as well, to continue to inform the decisions we make. So it's important to maintain that engagement going forward. And finally, as the board moves forward with the presidential replacement, the actual search for a new president at the university, in particular, allowing for space for a very transparent and effective process so that we can hire a great president to come in and lead this university going forward. And it's important to have good interim leadership going on during that process so that the focus of you all can be on executing well in terms of that presidential surge. So those were the 4 priorities as I sat down, and what are the objectives of this interim leadership that I ultimately recommended. But as you grapple with that recommendation and the other alternatives that are out there, I just want to make sure that from your context, from your perspective, there isn't another or different objective we should be targeting in the process of establishing what interim leadership would be. So I'd first open it up to questions or comments or perspectives on that before we move forward with other discussion. I nailed it.
Thank you. I think this is comprehensive. I guess one of the questions that I had is in terms of if we do bring in interim leadership, is the ability for someone to come in with a fresh eye as well. What I don't want us to do is, everything is great, but we don't have anybody else kind of checking our work. So that would be the only thing that I would, if we could incorporate that a little bit, I think that's important, just so we're not just talking amongst ourselves, that we're doing a great job, but that we're also having somebody kind of check our work. That would be my only recommendation.
Just one quick point. Are you still wanting
Yes, you're
Richard?
chairing this. No, you're chairing this. And, sorry. You are chairing this agenda item. I just wanted to have all of our trustees part of this initial discussion.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we were.
Yeah, I just want to have a clarification in the process. I want to make sure that there is some form of feedback that the university can provide in this process. So maybe this will be discussed later, but I certainly would want to see some form of input from the faculty and the staff so that this is truly a concerted decision that is not perceived as a isolated or top-down type of decision. So I think requesting a immediate, because obviously this is a process that has to happen fast because we can't wait around, but I think it's going to be key to involve major constituencies of the university in this decision, because you really want the buy-in. Whatever decision is taken, you want to make sure that the faculty and the staff and potentially the students are in with the decision of the board. We need that support. So I don't know, maybe this will be discussed later. I just wanted to make sure that is brought to the attention of the board.
Maurizio?
Thank you. Along the same line, there was a question of how did we reach out as now to the shared governance to have advice, input, engagement. So that's the question. And another couple of words came to my mind today. We need a speedy process, but not a hasty process. I am sure and I know that our current president will do all in his power and more, and he has done up to this point, to the deadline of September 30th to ensure this transition of the interim part. So I know that we need to move speedily, but not hastily. And I think there is some time to really make sure that we engage with all level of the shared governance ladder. Thank you.
Yes.
So as you know, the announcement was a week ago Monday. So things have moved quickly. We posted our materials Thursday evening. I had a meeting, Zoom meeting with shared governance leaders Thursday morning to give them notice of what the proposal would be and that to look out for those materials, and also to give them notice that the deadline for submitting written comments was 3 p.m. the next day. So as it has been a speedy process this past week, you probably wouldn't call it a complete process, but people got notice and there's at least been that initial level of conversation.
Bill?
President Insco asked for perspectives on priority objectives beyond the 4 that he listed in his document. He lists stability, momentum, engagement, and transparency. I heard Trustee Warner talk about this opportunity to have a different perspective that may give some new insights. Another that I would be very focused on would be strengthening our leadership generally. As I look around this table, we're a pretty young board, and I'm thankful that we have this event which helps strengthen this team. But the prospect of spreading ourselves in new ways, I think, weakens us. Changing chairs, asking VP Moore to do more and different things weakens us. And so I would be concerned about the strength of our leadership overall.
Trustee Mabott.
Thank you. Trustee Johnson, are you speaking of trustee leadership or university staff and faculty, or both?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Mendoza.
I think for me, everything that Tom just shared, I'd love the stability, continuity, momentum as well, and also the engagement. What Anna was saying too about just when I thought of engagement with staff, engagement with students, and making sure that there's time for that. And the bigger piece for me probably, and I'll probably say it in different ways, that I'm an educator and I come from an instructional background. And you know, we're taught very often we're here for students in support of staff, and then from their families and community and outreach and all those other things, but you're here for students in support of staff. So I want to make sure that that's a very strong tenet. And then the other part, just again, is the instructional side of the house. Sometimes I'm feeling like we're really business, or we're really financial, or we're really organized around what we're doing with our strategic plan, but I really want to, the student affairs side, the academic side, like if we didn't have students, we wouldn't be here. If we didn't have staff supporting our students, we wouldn't be here. So I really want to hear those types of things throughout this. I realize and I love what we've done with the business side or the financial side, so we can provide the programs and services and do all the great things that we do to stay solvent and to be a great regional institution. But I sometimes am in that like, but at the end of the day, we're here for students, trying to support our staff so that we can keep moving forward. So just those are elements I want to hear often and ensure that we're having strategies to support that.
Thank you. Trustee Stevens.
Yes. I get my, yeah. So this is obviously a really trying time for us, and coming on very, very rapidly. You know, none of us saw this coming for sure. You know, obviously we're going to miss Tom tremendously. I'm concerned a little bit about the speed, and I'm concerned about the demands that the process that we have in place is in place. Having worked with Laura, she does just a wonderful job in finance. It's going to be a tremendous stretch and pressure on Laura to step up, and she'll do a wonderful job, but that's a pressure. Also, with Richard stepping back from the board, the board is going to miss Richard and this transfer process. And so I do think we shouldn't be making the decision right now. I don't think it's hasty at this point to do that. And I do think we need to look also at the possibilities of maybe there is an outside person or some leadership person that knows Eastern real well that could step in and do that and take the pressure off the board and the staff that's going on. So I'd like us to look at this, you know, for a little bit of time here and try other alternatives, because the alternative that's suggested is a great alternative, but it puts a lot of pressure on us to do that, and so it's not ideal.
Trustee Cronin.
Yes, I'm new to the board. I don't really know well the individuals involved. I certainly agree with these principles that we should be following. I also am concerned about being hasty rather than speedy. For continuity, we do need to go forward with a transition plan. I feel completely unprepared at this point to be able to make a good recommendation myself. And I think we owe it to the students, staff, and the institution itself to not dismiss the transition as being unimportant. The transition time is going to be almost perhaps an entire academic year. We need to have a really good plan for the transition while we are spending intense involvement looking for a new president. Those are going to be happening at the same time. So I don't feel comfortable making a decision today about a permanent plan. I think we need to get more information. That's just my opinion.
Thank you. Oops, sorry. Then
Okay.
A question, excuse me, are we asking for comments on a specific proposal or on the general context of where we are?
Yeah, so I asked specifically around those four
4 items, okay,
priority
thank you.
objectives in terms of guiding our decision-making process, and there were a few different things thrown in there that, I mean, students drive every decision I believe that I make, so that's an overarching, how do we serve students? What I heard about, and it could be in this transparency aspect of it, is concern about haste in the process. And so we can add that in terms of find that balance within transparency. How do we move with the right sense of urgency while also finding the right amount of opportunity for others to provide feedback and that type of thing in the process. I think we can continue conversation about the other aspects, and I'll walk through some of that and help us have that discussion, because that's going to inform our next steps. I think my recommendation, which kind of falls in line with the speed, hasty approach, is I believe we need interim leadership in place by September 1. Every day that there is not someone stepping into the role that I currently fill, we are losing ground, because the things I'm engaged in aren't decisions for tomorrow. These are things that are influencing what will happen in the legislative session next January, next February when that kicks off. It's influencing how we're interfacing with our other institutions within the state and such. And to just give you one example, it probably kind of blew past you yesterday, but Ben referenced the NCHEMS study that was commissioned by the presidents, the community college presidents, and the university presidents. So I'm on a advisory group with President Mike Schill and President Nagi Naganathan, and 2 community college presidents that are informing that process, working with NCHEMS, and then we'll be having conversations at an OCOP retreat in 2 weeks. The continuity of those discussions, where I am in those discussions, begin to shift immediately, because I am the past, I'm leaving, and needing someone to step into that role to be speaking on behalf of the university going forward will be important. So time does matter in the interim transition. So my bias is more speedy on interim, more intentional and thoughtful. I shouldn't say intentional, this is intentional as well, but more lengthy in terms of the permanent presidency search and those types of things. And I think that's what you as a board are going to have to grapple with, is how much feedback is enough, how much time to gather that feedback is enough to provide the transparency, but to be able to make a good, informed decision and move forward going forward. So that's where I see things. So before I move on to kind of those alternatives, anything more on that aspect of this search or of this process? Okay. All right. So, and again, I think you all can stay until we actually get into details, if we do get to details of the co-presidency. Really, as I say, there are 2 options here. Now, there are nuances to every option, so I could also say there are 100 options in terms of a leadership transition. But fundamentally, there are 2 options. And I outline them here in terms of acquire interim leadership from outside the university. It's done frequently. It's been done at EOU multiple times, and at other universities, as I referenced just recently. And then there's appoint interim leadership from the inside, internally. that's been done numerous times, the most recent with Dixie Lund serving as our interim president twice, and doing a good job there. So we've experienced both as a university, and as I referenced here, other universities have leveraged that. So for me, as I began to assess, well, let me stop. Let me make sure someone doesn't see a different alternative than appoint from inside or acquire from outside the institution. Am I missing something? Third dimension, fourth dimension? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. What's that?
Just make sure you don't leave.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Danny. Yeah. Yeah. So from those two options, and how I got to the recommendation that I have is back to those priorities. And I can tell you, I have not sat down with 10s and 20 people and said, what do you think? When I knew this was coming, I started to think, okay, how do we transition? Frankly, I was having conversation with my future employer and talking about timing of my transition as well. My priority was to ensure that this institution continued to move forward with stability, continuity, momentum, and to be able to stay engaged. And so for me, based on what I've witnessed as a president working with interim presidents across the other universities that have come from the outside and come into the organization. And again, I have a context that's different than someone that would be in that university. And then thinking about the skill sets and what we have and what we're trying to accomplish, that's where I quickly turn to a point from within. Going with an external individual, while it brings fresh eyes, it brings, if any of you all have been through it, disruption. And there is good cause for doing that at times in terms of bringing in someone from the outside. You need to kind of stir the pot a little bit. You need to get people thinking differently. I don't think we're in that space right now. And so the first thing I thought of was, how do we not be disruptive with someone coming in? And I didn't see a path forward that didn't provide that disruption. Now, the disruption can occur heavily in the executive ranks as the executive team is trying to determine, okay, how is this person going to lead? How do I engage that individual? Is any of this insurmountable? No, I don't throw this up as you shouldn't consider this as a board. I just am trying to share what I think the ramifications would be. That person comes in, and what I've witnessed in most cases is, and again, this isn't always bad, but they have a perspective of the time frame in which they are serving in that role. So oftentimes they are a placeholder. They are not going to push the team necessarily, or they push the team and it's disruptive because it's not aligned with what the strategy has been for some time. And so either way, I find it either keeping us from moving forward, as I think this institution can through this transition, or disrupting things such that it keeps us from moving forward as we should and can as an institution. So that led me to a point from within. And as I surveyed the landscape and I looked at it from the standpoint of what our resources are, I heard, I can't remember which one of you trustees just said, a concern about leadership capacity and what are the ramifications of spreading individuals more thinly across the organization. That's real, and I contemplated that in coming forward with the recommendation I did. What I looked at is how do I actually add to the capacity of the leadership team? Now that's maybe to the detriment of the board, because I thought of who has perspective that can focus on the external aspects, the external engagement, the work that frankly takes, you know, upwards of half my time, who could do that, that would be additive. And that's where I contemplated Richard, given his board chair role. Now, I'm gonna say it in. So this is something that I've seen and experienced in the corporate world, where board chairs often step up into leadership roles in times of transition, and so that rose to my mind in a way that we could add to our leadership capacity, and more importantly, to our continuity of purpose, because the board chair is seen differently going into a legislative meeting in other venues, because that individual has more connectivity to the institution versus someone that we went out and hired that may or may not have a history with the university and definitely is not going to persist beyond the interim time with the institution. So that's where going to the board chair came to my mind. It was not Richard's idea when I approached him, and frankly I approached him to even know if that was going to be a possibility for me to consider. If Richard said, no, I'm not interested, there's no way I would do this, obviously, then it's like, okay, the dynamics have changed, I need to think about this differently. Is there someone else on our board that could provide that, or someone else that could fit into this role? The importance of thinking about additive resource goes back to the executive team at EOU. I believe we have a strong executive team. Now, there are a few people I think that are arguing that provided comment to you all. Hopefully you have enough perspective of the executive team that you're aligned with my perspective on the strength of that team. But they are limited in capacity. Limited in capacity from the standpoint they can only do so much within the time they're provided and within their skill set. And so when I looked at the executive team and looked deeper into their individual divisions that they're responsible for, because we have a lot of vacancies now, I started to go through the process of who could step up and provide that continuity internally, while leveraging and expecting, frankly, all the executives and all the teams to rise up to this challenge during this interim phase. And that's where I arrived at Laura. Laura is a strong executive. She has a long history with this university, extremely capable leader, and also has a team that she's responsible for leading that I feel like have the capacity to fill the void where she's going to necessarily have to step away because of the enhanced responsibilities she has. So I do see a path forward with a shared responsibility. I do not at this time, and maybe you will all enlighten me from your perspectives, I do not see a pathway where a single individual within the institution brings the skill sets that would continue to forward this institution during this 8 to 10 month time frame in the same way that a dual responsibility leadership model would do for the university. Now, again, you may all go, Tom, you're too focused on continuing to move forward. Let's just plug the hole, and that's fine. That's your prerogative too. I'm biased towards action. I'm biased towards progress. I want this institution to thrive, and so that's where I came to this conclusion and recommended it to you, and wanted to get it in front of you quickly, because if you don't choose this alternative, other alternatives do take time to go out and seek someone outside. I also wanted to stimulate you to think about a real recommendation and think about this decision from that context versus let's just talk about options and those types of things. Again, bias for action. Let's get something on the table for you all to beat around so that we could ultimately decide how to best move forward. So I've said a lot there. I guess I would conclude with, and I know you all received a number of letters, I think all against this alternative, which I would say is a very small minority of people. I welcome you pushing back. My desire would be get the interim leadership in place. Although this is very important, and I'm saying the importance of moving us forward, the most important thing is the permanent president role. The most important thing is getting that feedback about the next leader that's going to step into this role and focusing the campus community in that space. But I acknowledge I'm pushing aggressively here, and maybe it would make sense to step back and take some time, and you all are going to have to live with the decision. So just sharing my bias in regard to how I'd move forward. So I will stop there and open it up to question and dialogue and conversation.
Okay. Thanks, Tom.
One thing I'll say, I've been listening and to a lot of the conversation, and obviously having looked over all the information, I also would be someone that's definitely biased towards action. I think that in light of these goals or focuses as we're moving towards a permanent president position, we need to maintain a strong leadership. And from what I know and what I've looked at, I personally speaking for me, don't see or think that we would get that from an outside hire. EOU is a very unique university in a lot of senses, especially with our strategic plan and our focuses. I don't know that an outside source would uphold that. I do think that whether we decided that maybe it were an individual or if it were the dual, that an internal interim would be my, from what I know, preferred course of action to maintain someone who actually has that unique insight into our university. I think that unique insight into our university overrides the cons of, yes, if we have two individuals from within our university who have spread some of their responsibilities, they won't be able to function in their previous roles as strongly. With Chavs, he won't be functioning in that role at all. However, regarding where we are, for example, financially, I know we have some multiple year financial discussions that we're going to be having regarding what our investment's going to be. We've been adding some programs, but our student numbers have not been where they're supposed to be. They just haven't been. And I know that Moore has been part of that conversation intensely. Now, does having her being one of the interims take away from some of that role? Some might argue, yeah, maybe it takes away from some of that focus, but I think that with her working on internal university affairs, if we were to follow that recommendation, I, too, personally couldn't see of anyone that would do a better job, because she has been a part of that conversation this whole time. She's been working on it. She knows this university's plans, what our investments are looking like. She knows that part of the story. I don't know that someone outside would be able to quickly and reasonably understand that. And when we use the word haste, I feel that using an outside leadership would be in a sense, the more hasty decision because they're going to have to catch up quickly on knowing where this university is and where we stand. If we get people from within this university, they don't have to catch up. They might have to learn a new role or to fill that role, but they don't have to play the catch-up game that a third-party hire who has no real affiliation as of yet with this university would have to do. And to me, that feels way more disruptive decision. The net benefit really aligns with internally from our university, whether we chose for it to be one person if we decide there was someone that could fill that role, or to go with the existing proposal of 2.
Thank you, Trustee. Trustee Mendoza.
Cedric, that was wonderfully stated, all that you shared. I loved it. I loved hearing it. And I'll just share again, I'd probably, if it was up to me, want an internal person more than I would want an external person. I do think we need to take our time back to the feedback, but I'm just going to focus again on the instructional side of the house, or the academic side of the house for me. There's financial aid. There's admissions and recruitment and enrollment. There's athletics. There's student services. There are academic needs. There's problems. When kids have problems, usually they go to the academic side of the house to discuss those problems. When staff have problems, they usually go to the academic side of the house to get into those problems and resolve those issues. When families have problems, they usually go to the academic side of the house to figure out those needs and resolve those needs. So I have fundamentally, I'm crazy about Laura, I'm crazy about Richard, love to see them do things for us. I'd probably want interim provost Seamers to be involved in that too, because I think that person or that role is going to be dealing with most of the problems or most of the issues that our staff or our students are having. And that person should be there at the table, helping with the decision making, or helping with the planning, or helping with the collaborating. So that side for me is what I keep thinking, like I want to have a buffer for there. And if that means Bill's more involved, or if that means Bill is more conversations about those kinds of things, then that's that as well. And that might be a decline in, I'll just say, of giving more or giving at that time. But again, the academic side of the house, or the instructional side of the house, and the business side or the financial side of the house are very important. Whether it's a yin or a yang, or the chicken and the egg, at the end of the day, the students and the staff probably are first and foremost. They have been my priority. And I just want to make sure that we're looking at that. And if we do an internal thing, I really think that the provost should be highly involved in all the conversations and all the meetings and helping with decision making.
Trustee Mabbutt.
Thank you. I have less philosophical and more logistical questions. I read through the contracts, Chris Buford, and do you have a sense, so I have 2 questions. Do you have a sense of the timing to negotiate an agreement and do that recruitment to bring somebody on board? So to President Insko's point about, we really need to have somebody in a few weeks on board. Could you speak to that? And then I have a follow-up also.
Yes. First, I'll note, if the conversation gets to the point where you want to talk about details of the contracts, we would need to go into executive session for that, because the details of the contracts are confidential. That's one of the rules under which you can do executive session. But I can answer the general question you've asked. So Friday, I had conversations with 2 vendors. So this is information based on 2 phone calls. And what they've told me is it's 4 to 6 weeks to get a person in the chair. And part of that depends upon how much internal process the university wants before selecting a person. Now this is their job, so I'm talking essentially to some degree to salespeople. So let's take this in mind. They do alter somewhat of an alternative to what the president has said, in that they emphasize that these people are actually accountable for their performance, because they want to be rehired by the people who are or employing the brokers that are using them. And so there is a process where the university determines the tasks for this person to accomplish during this period of time. So you can say Moonshot for Equity, OCOP, you can list priorities. the recruitment process actually requires candidates to respond to how they think they would approach those priorities. And then they are evaluated at the end of the process into how they accomplish those priorities. So that's what I was told over the phone Friday. I won't say I have any more knowledge than that.
That's really helpful. So we wouldn't meet the timeline that President Insko is recommending if it takes 4 to 6 weeks to negotiate that contract. Is that right?
To have a person taking over the role, that's right, 4 to 6 weeks. It would not be by September 1st.
Oh, not to negotiate the contract, but in 4 to 6 weeks we would have an interim in place.
Yes. So you would have one, depending on how quickly you pulled the trigger, you could have one by October 1st.
I see.
You would not have one by September 1st.
I see. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. The other part is, I wonder if President Insko could. You said at least 50% of your work is external involvement, and aside from the legislative piece, which is substantial, I'm just being candid. What does it look like if your other list of presidential activities, the external activities, are put on hold, as you say? I don't have a sense for what those are. Your interaction with HEC and the legislative piece, which I know you and Tim partner a lot on. What do those look like, and what? Yeah, that's it. And then I think that's important for us to know so we can better appreciate what the hold part might look like.
Yeah, so of course, tasks ebb and flow. One of the reasons that I would put upwards of 50% of my time over the course of the next, again, I'm looking at the next 10-month time frame from September 1st through the end of June, is because we're going into a long session. Those I allocate more time to. And on top of that, we're going through a sea change in the legislature. So I think you heard Representative Smith reference 76% of 73% of legislators have never conducted business out of the Capitol. And so you're talking about a tremendous amount of relationship building, and a lot of that falls on me with Tim and Anna's support. We have a new governor that will be coming in as well. And so as you think about positioning the university to have positive influence and develop, and have those legislators understand the importance of the university, that takes time. So that is a huge bulk of it. Frankly, I see a strategy of us, and we were starting to build this in terms of engaging the HEC more around discussions that somewhat are related to what you all discussed yesterday, in terms of, if you look at the trend line of funding for EOU on an Oregon resident per student basis relative to other institutions, the other TRUs for that matter, we do not see the same kind of escalation, and we're arguably performing better. And so having discussions with the HEC in that space in the context of tuition setting next year is going to be important. It's not just an internal conversation when we're talking about tuition this next year, because if we don't see that changing over time, we're going to struggle to always keep our tuition increases under 5%. So it's that challenge in front of us. There's a task force, Tim, the House bill, Student Voices Task Force, excuse me. So a Student Voices Task Force that came around to the institutions, that is informing investment in higher education. If we're not engaged in that, we will miss out on tremendous opportunity for potential investment in student support services and such. Ongoing conversations with the college presidents, as I mentioned before, in terms of how we're partnering in our strategy going into that legislative session. And then arguably as important, it's maintaining these conversations with local, and local say across the Eastern Oregon region, engaging with our partners, our stakeholders, our friends on what we're doing at Eastern, as well as informing how we're moving forward on activities. That takes time. You're getting out there and engaging with those folks. So those are the external types of things in general that I see, that I would see in my recommendation, Richard taking on and having decision authority to address going forward. I can talk some about the internal aspects, and I'd like to, because I hear you, George, as I think about all the other aspects. One of the reasons I recommend that we postpone doing a search for the provost at this time is Matt's coming into that role. I would suggest that having stability and leadership there, not also having our faculty and the campus community going, okay, we're looking at arguably the two most important positions in our university at the same time. That does not make sense to me. That is disruptive. That will essentially distract to a certain extent. And frankly, if I were a president coming into the institution and starting off, if I had the opportunity to hire the provost that I thought was the right fit for within my leadership team, I would prefer that versus the institution going and making that decision without me. So leaving that opportunity for the new president to have a role in, I think, is really important. So what does that do? Well, we're going to have to count on Matt. Matt's not plugging a hole, as Matt and I have talked about. Matt is moving forward academic affairs. Matt needs to be leading that team and working with faculty. And so, yes, my whole executive team, we make the majority of decisions together. I'm not doing that on my own, and so Matt's going to be very involved with Laura. Laura's not going to be the primary leader of academic affairs. Matt is. But Laura is Matt's boss, as I would be going forward in terms of working with him, making sure he's supported, making sure that the priorities are in the right place, being a counsel for strategic activities that are going on over the course of the year and going, given the dynamics, let's pull off this a little bit, let's push in this area and such. So Matt's extremely important. Lacey and I have talked about this, so I've already transitioned Moonshot for Equity executive leadership to Lacey. I've already informed the two presidents at TVCC and BMCC that Lacey is the executive in charge for Moonshot for Equity. Now, so it's a broad shared leadership. Yes, absolutely, but ultimately you need to have someone in charge, and that's what Laura would do. She would be leading the executive team, supervising those individuals, but all of them have to be leading from a high level of effectiveness, and I believe they will. Obviously, Tim, will also be functioning at a very high level, primarily working with Richard, given the external focus. But all those individuals have a huge role. So for Laura, as we think about, okay, what's the distribution of work there? First and foremost, it's supervising the executive team, being the leader of that team, lead the continued implementation of actions associated with our university operations and strategic plan. So it's not, people are going, do I move forward with this or not? Laura's, yes, we move forward, and here's how. She's going to be interacting with you all and taking direction from you, as I do today, in terms of, hey, we need to push harder here, or what about this, given what may come up during the course of the year for the institution. She's going to continue the oversight of the university's finances and financial activities. Obviously, she falls into that very well in her role, but she's going to be doing that from a different perspective. It's different doing it as a VPFA versus a university president and getting requests for investments that as a VPFA, it'd be like, no way, you know, I'm just focusing on more money. No, now it's what's right for the institution to move us forward relative to our strategic plan and those types of things. So her team's going to have to step up. Leanne's going to have to really step up and support her in that role. Management of buildings, grounds, equipment controlled by the university, capital projects, all those types of things. She'll be managing from a presidential perspective. She'll have to count on John in some of those areas to step up into the void to a certain extent that she will leave, but she will bring that different context to those conversations. Strategic priorities that she will lead, but will rely on executive team, and I'm just listing some of the high priority ones that you would expect us to continue to move forward. Moonshot for Equity. Lacey's going to be the lead, but Laura's the supervisor, of course. Operationalize the Center for DEIB. We have not moved forward on that as quickly as I want, and Lacey and I have talked about in terms of the urgency to get that in place. So Lacey's kind of the executive leading that, but again, Laura plays an important role in ensuring that is a priority for this institution for the next 10 months. We can't sit for 10 months and not execute on that or be questioning what we're doing there because a new leader comes in and says, Lacey, I want you to do X, Y, Z versus this. Career services strategy and execution. Again, that's a Lacey responsibility, but that's a priority that Laura would have or whomever would fill this role. Title III, Strong Start, our rural initiative that we've received grants for. We've received $9.3 million. We haven't talked about this a lot. $9.3 million in the last 12 months to forward really important student success initiatives at this institution that all our leaders are really stepping up to do. We need to execute on that well, and we only have so much time. So when I think about someone coming in from the outside that's not already embedded in that and the disruption that can cause, I really worry about, are we going to accomplish the outcomes that we want to, and fortunately now have the funds to go and start to invest in these spaces as a team. The Wiley Partnership. We're at a point in the Wiley Partnership that we need to do a deep dive. We've talked about that some in terms of evaluating where we are. Yeah, we're tracking that, but you've asked the question, rightfully so, where is that? So that's something that's on the horizon. We also have a decision point in the contract in terms of how that partnership moves forward that we have to answer definitively as a leadership team here. That's Holly. Matt and Holly would take the primary roles in that, but again, Laura ensuring that happens on behalf of this board would be the role she would have. The enrollment strategy and goal achievement, big issues there. Now, let me characterize something there, because you hear in some of these letters the enrollment crisis that Eastern has. You saw the fundamentals that we're fighting as an institution, and our on-campus enrollment isn't where we want it. That's a challenge that we want to continue to focus on, but on a relative basis, EOU in enrollment is outperforming every other regional institution in this state. That includes Portland State University in terms of our enrollment trends in the last 7 years. So this continued push by certain people to say that our enrollment has underperformed, yes, it's underperformed from what we want to do, but we have performed better than all the others out there. And I think we need to make sure and understand that context. But we need to continue to execute on enrollment. That's where internally there'd be a focus. And academic affairs systems. As Matt and I have talked about, Matt and the deans are working on system refinement in areas that we desperately need that for academic affairs. Matt would lead that, but Laura provides that leadership urgency in that space. So I'll stop there. I mean, athletics, Angie's a rock star. We know that. She's going to step up. She's going to represent with the Council of Presidents. That's something that she can take on. But again, Laura would be the one that would be managing, supervising that activity with Angie and being her support and such. And I could talk about shared governance. We've thought through these aspects for each side, and when I look at that, and that's where I go, okay, I have a person, or argue, maybe someone else could do this too, that can focus on that. But if you added the external stuff too, I don't see that. We'd have to find an interim for Laura in that case then. So sorry, I went on a long time. Hopefully that was helpful.
Trustee Valerio.
Yeah, just really briefly, Chair, if I may. Thank you for that. That gives me a much better insight, and I did not ask the question for sure to challenge, but just so for better insight for sure. I really appreciate that. I'm looking at the EOU organizational chart, which is helping me process and appreciate some of the nuances. You mentioned nuances, President Insko, and just food for thought, particularly with the external pieces. I'm wondering if Chair Chavs in the interim position might draw upon some of the more experienced board members like Trustee Johnson. We spent some time in the car yesterday. I didn't even hit you up with that. But his institutional information and knowledge both about EOU and the way the structure works, I'm wondering if that's an additional resource, whether or not he does it pro bono or if he does it just as part of a team, if you will, to support Chair Chavs. I'm just thinking, because there are so many things, and you can only expand Tim's bandwidth so much, to mentor really Chair Chavs in a variety of those things. So also for both capacity and continuity, that's maybe one nuance we might want to think about. And thank you again.
Trustee Valerio.
Thank you. I'm learning a lot. Thank you for going deeper into explaining what the well-written 2 pages didn't go at that depth. I'm going to try to speak from a very selfish point of view of a board member. And there are a couple of things really hit me when I read through it. And in a way, I feel like is a lose and lose and win, option 1 and option 2. They all come on ins and out. But one particularly that I go back to, it's this stability and continuity. This board is a young board. I am myself a very young board member. I'm just beginning to learn. Even though I worked at EOU, I did not understand how complex this toy is. It's a very complex toy. So from a selfish standpoint of a board member that feels like he needs continuity and stability, this option of inviting Chair Chavs in moving to a new role of interim, it's a little challenging, but it wouldn't be as challenging that much until I went to this piece, and that is consistent with ORS 35296. We need to have the permission of the governor, whomever that will be at that point, to retain Chair Chavs as a board member. He could be fired forever, removed from the board by the governor. It's not a decision that we will make. According, am I incorrect? So that piece alone for me is a big risk on the continuity, which is totally out of our hands. It will resign it will be on the hands of a newly elected or a present politician that may see some conflict or whatnot, and whatever it is, they'll make their own decision. That piece to me is a very big risk. Very big risk because we heard yesterday a couple of the more experienced board members, Bill's mandate, Brad, I mean, a couple of years, and they may expire. That's scary right there. We need to find a way to continue those guys. I mean, we had to modify the laws maybe, but then if even Richard will be removed from that, it will leave us with a very young and very, maybe in the time of need, crippled, or less experienced and less powerful board. So that to me tilts the scale of robbing Peter to give Paul, understanding all the nuances of the continuity in the program that I support from a selfish point of view of a board member. This risk, then the governor can say, sorry, Mr. Chair Shabs, you can no longer go back to your board. It's a big risk. Thank you.
Trustee Bailey, were you wanting to speak next?
I just had a quick question, because you were mentioning enrollment and how we're performing well. In looking at numbers, though, we have a very steady decline. Can you elaborate or clarify what you mean by that? I just want to make sure I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah. I think it's important for the board to have clarity around that, given some rhetoric that you hear. So yes, it's declined some in total, but if you look at what's happened across the landscape and use that as a benchmark, and one can argue that does or doesn't make sense, but I'm always trying to evaluate based on a relative basis. And so when you look at Southern Oregon University, when you look at Western Oregon University, Portland State University over the same time frame, their declines have been significantly more than Eastern's. And so one can conclude from that, not that it's necessarily accurate, is that Eastern in this environment is performing better than other institutions. Yeah. But no, I would never say we're, and the whole team would join in that conversation. In fact, we were going to talk about enrollment numbers and such as a board at this retreat, but this discussion is taking its place about those challenges. That's a real challenge in front of us, no question, especially on campus. On-campus enrollment is very concerning to me, and the impact of COVID and other things going on out there are concerning to me in terms of how EOU continues to move forward with purpose in that space.
And I think that's where my thought process was aligned with Chris, what he mentioned earlier, having that outside look of checking what we do. Hearing Ben speak yesterday and talking about how the flagships are, back into what is just normal, in quotes, for them, it does lead kind of that thought process of, should there be someone on the outside coming in and looking at us and saying, hey, you're missing this opportunity, when all of us are here looking at this and not seeing what's on right next to us.
Thank you, Danny. I just wanted to comment on that. Do you feel like we will have that opportunity to go down that pathway when we're actually looking for a full-time president, and that in the process of looking for a full-time president, we will be able to have those opportunities to look for fresh eyes? Do you feel like that would be?
I mean, any new president, any new position that comes in, you're always going to have that fresh perspective. Anybody who joins our team is going to come at this in a very different mindset. In my role, what I do, in offering of scholarships, and I'm seeing more that I am removing than I have in the past. And so that's kind of my initial, for lack of a better word, fear, is seeing the increase in the number of students that are saying, I'm going to go elsewhere. And for me, I'd rather not wait to have that outside look and say, what is that best option? Hey, here's something that we're missing, let's try this. And I know, Holly and I have been working extensively on other, avenues and how can we, adjust what we do to better serve all of our students. But having that outside perspective, I just it feels like it could be something that would benefit us as well.
Are there other, Trustee Johnson?
First, I think my wife would like to thank Trustees Mendoza and Mabott for their willingness to volunteer me to spend more time in LeGrand and less time in her house. That's appreciated by her. A few months ago at a board meeting, I talked about one of my character flaws being optimism. And in my time working with President Insco, it's been interesting to watch his approach. He has an optimism. It's less flawed because he believes not just in himself or the future, but in the group and what together we can do. And yet each of us have our own perspective, a bias in our perspective. And so as President Insco creates a solution for the problem that he sees, it's centric to where he sits. What do we need to do to make the best presidency we need? I have a different bias. My view is what's the best thing we need to do for where I sit as a trustee member. And so it's natural I might see things differently, for better and for worse. I just heard Trustee Valerio speak about his concern that we might possibly lose a very important member of this board, and he sees this board as needing that person in an important way in the future. And so each of us have these different interpretations. I'm not so optimistic as to think that we can do anything that replaces this president and get what we have today, right? We will lose things in this transition. Otherwise, we would have got rid of you a couple years ago. Okay, and so we're going to give up something, and we have to probably think hard, make hard decisions about what we're willing to give on. President Insco said a few moments ago, the most important thing is the next president. Getting the right person in place is the most important thing. It certainly is for me. Staff around here is pretty worried about the next week and convocation, and they have a different perspective. It's like we need to understand there's different perspectives we need to think hard about. This is a good solution. This co-presidency is a good solution. It's not a perfect solution, but that's what an engineering mindset that tries to create efficient solutions comes up with. Good solutions, and he produced another one for us. I've wondered if there's alternatives. We've detailed some of the weaknesses. We haven't thought hard about what we would have to find in an outsider. Right, we spoke to that a little bit. I'm not very interested in a long search process. To me, 6 weeks is pretty long. In my mind, it seems like the question is, do we have a person that this organization, somebody in this organization knows today that could step into this NAV value that we haven't identified? Can we speak to that person and resolve something next week or two? I don't have that name.
Thank you, Trustee Johnson. Trustee Warner?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, President Insco, for giving us additional information in your characterization. I think that's important. I guess, to me, it's important that we have a conversation, that we throw things around. So let's say, for example, we do assume that we're going to do the co-president. And I think you've made a very compelling case that Laura would be that person, and I don't see much disagreement on that. So the question then, going back to what Trustee Valerio said, losing Richard is something that is, I think, hard for us to kind of comprehend. So the question is, could there be somebody else that could handle those external affairs and leave Richard here so it's more value added, right? It sounds like a lot of the work that you need is somebody that can walk into those rooms in Salem and can be a credible advocate for Eastern Oregon. So is there a way, could we maybe have some discussions, reach out to some folks that could be that person that could walk into that room, and Richard could perhaps do some of the other external work, the donor relations that you said that, but it seems to me that work for the next few months is going to be in Salem. So is there a person that could really step up, could be the co-president with Laura doing the work here, and so we could have our cake and eat it too, right? Richard would still be part of the board and still be an important. And the other piece that I think what I fear with Richard taking on this role is his role in terms of moving on with the next president and having him really lead that process. I think is important for us, and to lose that leadership now. I mean, Cheryl, I think a lot would fall on your shoulders in terms of some of the work that Richard does now, I think would fall to you. So are we prepared as a board to step up. I know we're going to make the staff do that in many ways, but as we are, as board members, are we going to be able to do that in terms of our lives? So I guess what I would like to do is to have that conversation, and is there somebody else that can fill that role so we can keep Richard really leading us as a board, because then he's going to go from we are going to be his supervisor in a way, and so that's going to be awkward because we'll have that different relationship with him. So I really what is our timeline? Do we have to do something today? I guess is that the question, or
Chris could inform. No, I mean this is the board's decision.
Right.
You could debate this for the next 10 months.
Yeah.
Do we have a date for that next special meeting?
August 18th,
Yeah.
I think. You have some kind of a date where you have another
Pepper has gotten information from everybody and has a good idea. I don't know the specific day. I'm certain it's the week that ends the 19th, but I don't know which day. I think she's outside talking to someone.
Chair Martin.
I was taking notes, sorry. Trustee Cronin, sorry.
I expressed some reservations at the beginning of this discussion. President Isko, thank you for taking the time to share a lot of the arrangements and the discussions you've already had about the transition. For me, it's really relieved my mind in that we have leadership on campus in place to pick up and can carry the momentum on. I don't have the concerns that I did at the beginning of the discussion about the co-leadership. I actually feel quite comfortable with it, and I actually feel comfortable with both of the individuals. I feel very comfortable with Cheryl taking on the presidency or the chairmanship of this board. I think we would not miss a beat, so I'm good with that. I do have a concern, though, having been on boards and feeling that we needed to make a quick decision and that it was the right decision to make, and it was. I stood by the board's decision. However, the individuals that we put in place for leadership took quite a hit in the community because they did not have part of the process. They were not involved in the process to the extent that they wanted to be. And it severely limited their ability to work in the future. And I don't want that to happen to our staff. So, and because of the negative letters that we received, I don't have a way of gauging who they all represent, but I can say if there were 7 letters received within a day, we shouldn't ignore that. So I would just suggest, based upon my experience, that we really need to communicate very clearly that this board cares very much about the students and the staff, and that this is a deliberative process and we are making what we believe is the right decision for this university, and to let them have some chance to communicate and give feedback. I know it's going to, it won't be a popular decision if we go with co-leadership, but we need to be able, and I feel like now I can defend that decision, but we can't forget or ignore that it's not going to be a popular decision for some.
Thank you for your comments. Secretary Burford?
So I can say that the meeting date would be Friday the 19th.
Thank you.
Well, I was going to.
I'm sorry. They gave the wrong date. It would actually be Friday of this week. Friday of this week, the 12th. The 19th isn't available. Okay.
And that's virtual. Yes.
Yeah, that would be a Zoom meeting.
So, just so everybody here, the 19th? The
No,
12th?
The 12th.
Okay.
Friday
all
of this week.
Friday the 12th, all right.
It would, yeah.
What time?
10 o'clock. Pacific. Yeah, 10 o'clock this Friday. Pepper, what kind of how much time do people have for that?
We can do an hour or 2 hours.
Up to 2 hours.
Okay, Trustee Stevens.
Yes, thank you. So I appreciate the discussion, and I also am definitely supportive of the fact that I think that the co-presidency will work as best as we could have something work. But I do think that the process is important, and I really echo what Chris had to say about that, that I do think within our community we have to have that process. I don't know how we do that for sure, and we can't do it by next Friday for sure. So I think the chances of what Chris Warner said is important, that we could look for someone else that could be part of the co-president or president or something, that we might, within the Oregon community or someone we might know that might be able to step up and do that. So I do think we should look at those things, and I think somehow we have to set up a process for which the community can have input, and they know that we've had the input. And so I'm looking at making this decision over the next 2 or 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks. I think we need to have the process in place. I think we need to our community know that for sure we're listening to them and they're very important in the decision making. So I don't know how to set that up, but I think it's critical we do that.
Thank you. Trustee Cavanaro.
Thank you, and thank you, President Inska, also for clarifying better the different roles. I would like to echo what Trustee Stevens just said, and I think I articulated earlier on in this discussion. I think I'm starting to understand better the potential partnership, two individuals sharing the presidency. However, I again would like to voice my concern about the process and the opportunity to seek feedback from different constituencies, because as Trustee Cronin said, if we have in place a situation where you don't have endorsement from the campus, the morale and the overall moving forward may just suffer. So that's one consideration. I also have a question, kind of more a procedural question. So if we were to look, say, for external individuals, and I totally agree that whomever that would be would have to be not someone that just comes from wherever. It would have to be an individual that is quite knowledgeable about our institution from past experience and the population of students that we serve and so on and so forth. If we explored at all the possibility of looking at some individuals that have served in those positions in the past, and if so, would we have to engage the firms that Chris was talking about, or would that be again, something that we can negotiate internally? Thank you.
If you were to identify a known person, as such as you said, who has experience and that the university may have either worked with in the past or knows about because they're part of the Oregon higher education, no, we would do an individual contract. We wouldn't be going through an external firm for them. What the firms bring is a stable of, in one case, 250 former presidents with at least 7 years experience, from which, with a variety of backgrounds, and you would specify which particular characteristics you would looking for, and they would produce a small number of people fitting that who meet our criteria for then the board to consider.
Trustee Mendoza.
Thank you. Just listening, all of it, I do think time is on our side. Maybe not too much time on our side, but if it was like, to me, the 12th seems pretty fast, the 19th seems even better. to make a really good decision where we collected some feedback. Sometimes I wrote this down, like, I feel like, you know how you're a parent sometimes, and you know that you're trying to take care of your kid, and you're like, trust me, I'm making the best decision for you, but your kids are telling you, like, hey, I don't really like what you're doing, or, you know, we could do better with how we pour the coffee cup and how we drink it, and then your kid's taking that as that's just mean feedback, but you're just saying, hey, I just want you to know how to do it well, all that kind of stuff. There's a part of benevolence in what we do, and we know we're trying to do what's best for kids or best for staff. In our hearts, we're trying to get the institution to be wonderful and great and protecting it and doing what we know is right for it. And that comes out of benevolence or out of love or out of care or out of service. But I think sometimes people look at it as like, you're not really listening to me, or you're really not asking me, or you're really not. So that part of benevolence should be that we're building trust along the way and having a feedback loop for that. So I would just say I love that. And then even hearing what we said about the big picture is more important than anything, the long term, and having the right process or a great listening process, an inclusive process for hiring a president. I'm still in all these conversations, kind of what Chris was getting at. I'm crazy about Tim. Tim, to me, has done a wonderful job of outreaching to our state, lobbying, getting resources for us. And whether that's Richard and Tim working together to protect and make sure that all the things that we're doing happen at the state level or at the regional level, I have complete faith in that. And then also I guess from a selfish standpoint, back to the academic or even Matt, I'm interested in seeing what Matt does. Whether, to me, this might be, and I know a president wants to hire a provost because those are two of the most important positions in a university, but I'm also like, well, if Matt has a stronger leadership position, does that improve the propensity for him to want to be president? Or does that increase our scope of looking at him as a potential great provost, where we would say, I'd rather see you as a provost and have a new president move you out? So there's stuff within that concept or context that I'm interested in as well, for the protection of Eastern Oregon University or for the support of our staff and our students. So somewhere in all of that's for me why, if we had a little bit more time, or we just get into those scenarios, and I don't mind if it takes us 4 hours over a 2-week period, or because I think it's a big decision. But those have been more of my, I'll just say my thoughts, and so back to the benevolence or the trust or collecting feedback. I just feel like if that's done, even if we might not like what people have to say, just to at least listen and try to understand that perspective. I think that's important.
Thank you, Trustee Mendoza. Are there other comments or questions?
I have a question, clarity. When I read the second page on option 2, an example was brought up from Portland State University. Stephen Percy, Dean of College, was appointed as interim president, and then Dr. Percy later was appointed president. Is that in the talk that you had with Richard? Is that an example, or is something that actually could apply specifically to the way that the Richard with Chair Schaub see himself in this? And I don't know, I can ask Richard directly offline, but given that this is an example, I read this thing too many times, I guess, and I'm starting making things up in my mind. So this could be one of those moments. So.
I hadn't considered that could be interpreted that way.
You probably asked him already.
Neither of these individuals have aspirations for the president's role. And that was another compelling reason for the two of them, is they're doing it for the good of the institution and not for personal gain.
And I will add to that as well. When we started the Board of Trustees, and I think that maybe Trustee Mendoza and Trustee Shavs and I were the only 3 that are currently on the board that were here from the very beginning. President Insko was a trustee as well, and then he decided to put his hat in the ring for the presidency. So EOU is an example of that as well, that yes, that is something that other places happen, but like, as he said, it was not a motivating factor. So. Okay, let's see. Trustee Stevens.
Okay. I just want to ask, the process for which we are going to get input, and I would like to see us, I guess, ask the staff, Tom and your staff, to recommend ways we can do that. Can we have open meetings? Can we do it over the next week or 2 weeks? Can we get, it'd be situations that we ask people for input, and should the board be there to hear that input, and how are we going to do all these? So anyways, it's a structural problem, and it would really be helpful to get input on that.
Thank you. Trustee Mabbutt.
Yes, I looked a little bit more deeply at the statute that Trustee Valerio referenced, and it seems to me like a fairly simple question to have answered before we meet on Friday. So that would be the question as to whether or not Chair Chavs could take a leave of absence, or if he would have to resign and be reappointed. That seems like a fairly quick phone call, because the statute actually reads that it would be the governor or the governor's designee. So the Executive Appointments Office moves fairly quickly, I think. That would make a big difference, I think, if we could have that clarified before Friday.
I could certainly have a conversation with that office and see what sort of response I get. Mm-hmm.
Are there other questions or comments? And I have asked Chair Chavs and Laura to be able to come back in if you have specific questions that you would like to ask them, especially dealing with the letters of concern that we've read over our emails, so that if there's any points of clarification there, that they'll have that opportunity to do that. Before we do that, I've been trying to write down and encapsulate the thoughts that people have had, and I'm going to quickly read through those just to make sure that I'm not leaving out some important aspect that I didn't get written down. We want to be speedy but not hasty. We need to make sure that the shared governance has involvement in this process, and we will determine how that process will look with that. We need the strengthening leadership piece of it. I think maybe Trustee Johnson mentioned that. Keeping students and faculty to the forefront was Trustee Mendoza's concern. Slow down, look at an outside person might be a possibility. Not to minimize this transition period, that it is maybe not the most important, but it is still a very important piece of this process, that the transition piece is extremely important to us. We heard a lot of concurrence that preferring the dual presidency, making sure the provost or the student affairs are involved to a certain degree, maybe having fresh eyes to look at this process. Is there someone else that could be the co-president and leave Richard on the board? The process, we need to clarify the process, how we're going to do that, and making sure that there's feedback involved, building trust along the way. One of the thoughts that I had two. One, we keep mentioning that we're worried about these co-presidencies maybe not having the background or the expertise in those areas, but we need to remember that President Ensko has put together a very, very strong, effective team, and that team is still intact and available, and they will be working with the co-presidencies just like they're working with President Ensko at this point in time. So it's not like there's that vacuum there. My major concern is we are already have an open position on the board. This will leave us 2 open positions on the board, and that is a concern of mine. Not saying that's front and center and should negate what President Ensko has suggested. It's just a concern that we need to be aware of. So is there anything I left out that anybody feels we need to make sure is documented so that we can address those issues? Okay, thank you. Well,
could I just, so in terms of what next steps are we going to wait till they come back in the room before we talk about that, or
I think so, don't you? I mean, I don't see any reason that they need to be sequestered for that piece, but thank you. Would you like to invite them back in? Thank you. thank you, everyone, for your very great discussions. And before they come in, I'm just going to put in a little rabbit trail here, but I did really want to call attention to Pepper and Chris's coordination of this retreat. I think it's been excellent, and they have done a super job. Thank you.
I really have to give credit to Pepper. She put these panels together. She's done a ton of work. So for being brand new in the job, thank you very much.
Yeah, very well done. Thank you. Thank you. And so I'm not really sure where we need to go next with this. We do have questions about process. Do we want to tackle that now? Do we want to? We're kind of running out of time for our invited guests. We don't want to.
I can speak just briefly about process. So I do want to say that when I met with shared governance leaders, I did describe this proposal in some detail. And I just spoke to Jeff. He reminded me that essentially the initial response from him and faculty senate, Jeff is the general council chair, and Ashley Walker is the university council chair, sorry, and Ashley Walker is the faculty senate president. That they thought as long as there was this notice and that people would have opportunity before a subsequent meeting, before a final decision was made. You'll recall the resolution that you've got today actually says that the final decision wouldn't be made till a subsequent meeting, that people would have ability to get input for that next meeting. A complication in terms of having more formal connections with shared governance right now is that the faculty are not on contract. And so the Faculty Senate as a body will not meet until the first Tuesday of October. So any process more than sort of what I've already discussed with Jeff and Ashley and frankly with Caitlin would have to be novel. Also, I've gotten a little more detail from talking to Pepper about the scheduling of the meeting. As I look at the doodle poll for next week, most time slots, most days, we either don't have a quorum or we have barely a quorum. One of our trustees had not gotten back to us. So maybe in some of those cases that number is one higher. But I think the highest number we've got on that is 9 people. So okay, maybe that's 10, maybe that's 11, which is nearly our 13. But but for most of our slots, it's not very many. We do have an 8 a.m. Monday slot that might work. How many people is that? Oh, that many? 10 or 11 for that slot? Next Monday. Yeah, 15th. So that's what I can say about process. We haven't obviously looked into the subsequent weeks.
Thank you. I now am giving you all an opportunity to ask questions of Chair Chavs and Laura. Laura, would you like to come up where you can get a seat, hot seat there, so that you have an opportunity to ask them questions or seek their comments? And we have, I think, about 15 minutes. Is that correct? Secretary Burford? Do we have about 15 minutes, would you say, or 10?
Yes.
Okay, about 10 to 15 minutes.
I think just for the sake of Richard and Laura, so we don't have a resolution on the table. We've had robust conversation, very good conversation about different options that we might consider. Talked about the urgency, the importance of transparency, ensuring adequate time for feedback, etc. So what I heard was staff needs to identify a process by which to facilitate that would meet whatever your expectations are in that regard. What is adequate time and feedback opportunity for the campus community to inform a final decision on this. And I don't have that in my mind exactly how we do that. As Chris said, it would be a bit novel given our time and with faculty off contract. But we'll work on that and identify something to move forward as a proposal, and we'd have to work with the chair and vice chair in terms of what that would look like.
Thank you. Not to put them on the spot, but just as Laura and I were talking yesterday, there were some misstatements in a couple of the letters, and in fairness to her, I know how I would feel. I would want to clarify misstatements, so that's kind of one of my main goals here. So.
Well, Laura, you can quip in, but frankly, I'm disappointed with some of the statements that are made. I think we're better than that as an organization. To question Laura's capabilities, and I think you all trustees work closer with Laura than the individuals leveling these claims against her, so you can be your own judge, is disappointing to me. Laura is highly capable VPFA. She's a highly qualified VPFA. She is a committed leader within this organization. The fact that she's willing to step up to this role, which is not driven by personal gain, but out of her passion to help this institution in its time of need, to me speaks volume. There's a lack of recognition and understanding what qualifications a VPFA needs. A CPA for a vice president of finance and administration is not a qualifying criteria. To suggest we don't have external auditors reviewing our financial statements just shows a real disconnect with how this institution is operated, and frankly is disingenuous in terms of I think, the position of this university. Now, we all have our perspectives of individuals, but I think we should be factual in our statements, and to compare Laura to other VPFAs across the state and suggest there are qualifications those individuals have that Laura never had and should have never been put into her position are just inaccurate and false. They misstate what other individuals have in terms of qualifications, credentials, degrees, etc. And I think to say that in a public forum and to either not have done the due diligence and misrepresent that, I think is inappropriate and very disappointing to me. We can have differences of opinion, but I think we need to be very careful about laying claims that are not accurate. So I'll stop there.
Thank you,
And
President
I have to
Stone.
add to that, please. Those of you that have paid any attention to the Finance Administration Committee know that in 7 years, I have regularly, toastedly grilled VP Moore and her team on everything they produce. Everything. And repeatedly, I'm impressed at the quality of the work that they do. And these claims are ridiculous. I'm embarrassed.
It's almost like we don't even want to recognize the fact that they exist, but they have existed. And as we stated earlier, everybody needs to be recognized that, for their opinion, and then we can use our own judgment from there. So Trustee Stevens.
Well, I was just going to say that being the chairman of the Finance Committee, I can't imagine anybody more qualified than Laura as a leader. She knows finance, but she's a leader as far as when I work with her, so I think she's very, very well qualified. I'm surprised at this question.
Thank you. Trustee
And
Valerio.
I'm actually glad because that was one of my notes I didn't want to say until Richard and Laura came back. Those letters we received were a very good example of how you can voice respectfully your disagreement with something, and a very good example of how those intentions slide into insults. And I actually made a note here. I wrote insults on my own notes. So with that in mind, when we reach out to broader audiences, we always take a chance of having individuals that feel like they are empowered and entitled to step up and to overreach to that point. And we saw some of those examples this time. So thank you. I mean, because this was put everything in a blender, press frappe, and whatever comes out, comes out. It was a good example of that. And so it's good to see it as a good reminder how democracy works.
Yeah, thank you. Are there questions or comments that you would like to add to the discussion?
I had a question for Chair Chavs as he considers this expanded role. In my mind, this presidential search is a very important function. Chairing this board is an important function. And then, of course, there's this idea that you could be a co-president as well, which some would say is an important function as well. Can you do the chairmanship? I'm sorry, can you do this co-presidency while still participating in a meaningful way in that search process?
You know, I've thought a lot about, what the requirements would be for me under all the options, bring somebody in external, have a sole interim, that you bring internally as the president, have someone else as the co-president with Laura. And when I think about it from the perspective of the time I have, as a co-president, because of the compensation factor and other things, I could rearrange other things in my life to make whatever time I need to be available to do the job. So Tom referenced takes about half of his time for external things. I know I'd be spending more than half of my time, and that's okay. As the chair, and then I don't think there's any laws or rules about an interim president being involved in a search, is there?
No, in fact, when we did this last time, it was under the university system. So there wasn't this role that I described in that generic process where the board chair plays a certain role. There wasn't a board chair to do that. And so that was actually, a fair bit of that was actually done by the interim president. So there was the interim president who reached out to shared governance to get nominees for the search committee, for instance.
So I would expect that to be one of my responsibilities as a co-president would be to be dynamically involved in that process. And so, yeah, short answer to your question is yes, I would expect to spend quite a bit of time on that. As chair, I would also expect to be involved. The question would be, how many other demands am I going to have because of whoever the interim president is, in addition to the regular job of being chair of the board? So I know that's a long answer, but it's not a simple it's a question.
Thank you, Chair Chavs. Trustee Mendoza.
This is a question for Richard. First, I'll give a great comment. You've been a wonderful board chair, and I think we couldn't have had a better board chair
Oh,
for quite
thank
some
you.
time. So appreciate all that you do. I think you you bleed EOU. All that you do, I always can feel it comes from that place of loving Eastern Oregon University, and so you've shown that many, many, many times. Now, let's say you are the president, and then you come back into the board. Is that what you want?
Yeah, I would expect to come back to the board if the board, after I'm president, if the board wanted me. I would expect to come back and either as a trustee or, you know, finish out the term I was elected to as chair, either one. I think I said before Laura and I left the room, we don't have egos about this. So whatever's the best, you know, and if the best is I come back to the board after that, that's what I do.
With that in mind, Chris, when you talk to the state of Oregon on that concept, will you, I'll just say, put it to that perspective of he's president, he comes back, and we don't want to talk about it. We want the expectations as he's on the board, and we want that agreement in place prior to anything or as part of the agreement. If we can get that.
I think institutionally we'll make our best effort to get a commitment. There will be a new governor when the decision ultimately is made, and that person may not feel bound by a commitment made by the present governor's staff.
I just would say, even if it is, and I know there'll be a new governor, when those things are done in place, I think it's a little more difficult for them to say, I'm not going to honor those types of things. I think I would just say, my hope is that a new governor wouldn't.
Laura, did you want to say anything, or are you?
No, well, okay, yes, I will.
I appreciate the opportunity, but it was not one I was looking for, nor did I have it in my plans. I honestly just want to do what's best for EOU, and my intentions are pure. So if I can be the person that can help in this interim transition, that's what I'm here to do. And I appreciate all of you and your support.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, President? Oh, okay.
Just
Trustee
really
Chapman.
quickly, I'm not sure. I think it would be helpful to share with with Richard and Laura some of the nuances of our discussion. So we talked about different options, and then you can both think about those between now and if we meet this Friday or the Friday after. And just wanted to say that I have lots of respect for both of you, and the general consensus of the group here, unofficial vote, was that we wanted to find a way to allow some additional public involvement, and our desire is to solicit constructive, informed public involvement, not just a perfunctory check-the-box kind of performance. So, yeah, I'd like your input. I don't think we have time now between now and our next agenda item, but to consider some of the nuances of the discussion that we had, and appreciate both your input on that. And thank you for stepping up.
I will share with them. Without any further comments or questions, we will stand adjourned for 15 minutes and reconvene after a short break.
All right, welcome back, everybody. It is 10:20, and we will reconvene the board meeting. So yesterday, we started the conversation about educational trends and the needs of this region. I thought the discussions we had yesterday were great, and we're going to continue those today. You all know that Eastern Oregon University started out as a 2-year normal school, and then a teacher's college, and our mission's origin is in preparing teachers for the region's K through 12 schools. Of course, today we prepare graduates for all different kinds of employment settings, but the work of our College of Education is still central to our mission. It's part of being Oregon's rural university. So along those same lines, I think yesterday we spoke to a variety of experts regarding workforce development needs in the region, which is experiencing dynamic changes. We also heard from Heidi Sipe. She gave us some good input, superintendent of Umatilla Schools. And she would have been in that 4th chair today, but she wasn't available, so that's why we had her yesterday. So today we have some great guests on the panel. We have Mark Mulvihill, superintendent of Intermountain Education Service District, Mark Browning, president of Blue Mountain Community College, who I just met out there and had a good talk with, and Matt Comby, superintendent of Morrow County. So what I'm going to do is ask each of you to speak for 5 or 6 minutes about your perspective on the educational trends happening in the region, with a focus on opportunities and challenges. And then after the first round, if you have some follow-up comments, we'll do that, and then we'll open it up for the trustee board to make their comments and ask questions. So anyone volunteer to go first?
You met in caucus prior and elected Dr. Mulvihill as
Okay.
So I just want to let you guys know no one could hear that on the internet. So you have to turn the mic on. You need that little red light to come on when you speak, and turn it
How's
off.
that?
There you go.
Now people can hear.
Okay.
Just repeat that spontaneous chatter. If you just repeat that spontaneous chatter, everything will be great.
So I have to be careful with these two because I'll fill my 5 minutes with stuff that doesn't matter, like that I was pretty lonely over at the Port of Morrow, and thus I'm first. But I appreciate being here. I'm glad you guys. It's exciting for you to come down here. We've had some retreats at the SD down here at the port as well, and it's a wonderful location. So thanks for coming down here, and it's good seeing a lot of familiar faces. I am Mark Mulvihill. I'm the superintendent of Intermountain ESD. I've been there for 15 years. This is starting my 35th year in education, all in Eastern Oregon throughout my career. I am an EOU, actually Eastern Oregon State College alumni, back in '87 with my bachelor's and '92 with my master's. So I have a real tie to EOU. I won't tell you what our football record was in 1985, but there are some fun stories with that. So first of all, when we got the news, we were really, really disappointed at the ESD and the public schools to lose one of our key leaders in the region, that being Emily Insko. So all of us took that pretty doggone hard, and so we're working through the transition and hope to hear the replacement George for that. So that's top on our mind. No, but seriously, I've known Tom forever, and you've done a good job. And you've done a good job, and I think more than anything, your commitment to Eastern Oregon, Union County, and our region, more than anything, I think that'll be your legacy. So thank you and wish you the best. So the topic today, really, I'll focus on K-12 and kind of get the ball rolling with my 2 colleagues here that I think very highly of, and I want to hear that. And some people have said they have some looking forward to the presentation. I said the key to happiness is low expectations, because I just want to have just kind of a conversation, and I have a hunch you've talked already about these issues, workforce, school choice, these sorts of things. But really, that's what we're facing. And in my career, I've been around a long time. I haven't seen the challenges that we're facing to the degree that we are with this coming school year in K-12. No secret there. What is going to be our new normal? Because we won't be the same after this pandemic event. And it's not just the pandemic, it's the polarization of our country. It's where we are with equity. It's where we are with our student population, and who we serve, and what people expect from our public school system is pretty dramatically changing. So really, the two really what I call the umbrellas that almost everything falls into are school choice and workforce. And when I say school choice, we're looking at a different expectation from our customers that we serve in K-12. And when I say K-12 too, I'm also want to include early learning. At the ESD, we're the largest early learning provider in the area, in particular with our early intervention, early childhood special education program in the hub. I'm seeing even a shift in parents in preschool and expectations as well. So your topic, what you asked was challenges and opportunities. I'm going to go through a lot of challenges, but then, as we said, these are the leadership challenges for all of us in our system. But right now we have 30,000 students missing in our K-12 public schools in Oregon. 30,000 missing kids, meaning where are they? They're no longer enrolled in our system. So there's a lot of factors for that. There's everything from students who during the pandemic entered the workforce. Our grad rate suffered this year from kids who got into the workforce and didn't come back. And I'm preaching to the choir here, as we look at advancing their education, their higher ed opportunities, families are really taking a look at the return on investment of college and workforce and what they can do at minimum wage, and connecting with our kids, which we weren't able to do for basically a year and a half. They self-selected and entered the workforce, and we're having a heck of a time bringing them in. That's one category. Second category is we are losing, in the school choice issue, students who are not satisfied with the traditional brick and mortar for multiple reasons. And the reasons being, number one, a lot of parents want menus. They want options. They like the choir teacher, they like the cross country, but they want their English online, and oh, by the way, they want that dual credit. So we're seeing an expansion of online opportunities, which aren't the traditional, necessarily the traditional homeschooler. It's selecting menus, wanting opportunities, not willing to sit in a freshman English class with 30 kids, not willing to sit in a 5th grade class with behaviorally challenged kids. We're seeing more in that with a parent. It's more about me than us. And I think that's reflective of our country right now. Then you throw in K-12's response to the pandemic and the requirements that we were forced to implement. With the masking, the vaccination, a lot of parents did not like that. I get a lot of stories I could tell with our superintendent group that we lost kids. We lost kids because of the mask mandate. And we've lost kids with some of the curriculum decisions. There's no secret that the leadership challenge of working in a very progressive state in a rural area is significant, leading that. And when we look at equity, when we look at who our kids are, the stories of our kids, we're more diverse. We have kids right now that have a different experience than I had as a white male growing up in the 80s. They have a different experience. When you talk to students in the LGBTQ community, when you talk to our African American kids, our Native kids, they have a different experience than I had. And we have to adapt to that. We need to listen to our customers. We have to listen to who our kids are and what our parents want. And that is a real challenge when you throw all that together. So That's where we are right now, and we've lost kids. We've lost kids for the area, for these issues I just talked about. At the elementary, so in summary, at the elementary level, it's mostly because of the mask mandates and behavior of, quote, those other kids. At the secondary level, it becomes that menu. I want options. I want early college options. I want to self-select which classes I take, and it depends a lot on the teacher and the program you have running. If you have a great FFA program, great CTE program, great choir or band, I'll go to that. But I'm not going to spend my whole day in the English class as well. I want that online, and I want it to be 1:15 at the same time. That's what we're really experiencing and trying to adapt to and trying to be malleable. I was just on the radio this morning, and they said, how malleable are you to that school choice and what people want? And I said, well, it gets to the next topic, and that's workforce. We're as malleable as the people we can hire. And so the workforce challenges are significant, starting with the superintendent group. 2/3 of Oregon superintendents have changed jobs in the last 2 years. Think about that. 197 districts, 17 community college, well, I'll keep it to K-12, 19 ESDs, 197 districts. 2/3 of the superintendents have turned over. There were 47 superintendents openings this summer. So the leadership challenges that we're facing when we don't have that kind of stability in the state, I mean, George, you're already becoming a graybeard in the group. What's that make me? So it's having a superintendent that's committed to your district and staying. That's a real challenge. And I'm preaching to the choir. I mean, we all have these same sorts of workforce. Our staff right now are very exhausted, tired. We're going into this year where we're trying to recover, reconnect, but hiring quality teachers, principals, we're even cannibalizing each other for quality staff. It's affected me in my hiring, whether or not I even want to post a job, because I'm probably going to take a teacher out of LeGrand, teacher out of Pendleton, and then now we're defeating our purpose. We're serving them, trying to make them better, and we're taking their top people. And we're seeing that between districts right now that is affecting the decisions. Even though we have revenue like we've never had, the game has changed in K-12 with the corporate activities tax. Even though that has changed, the workforce issues. And we're starting to see what I believe are the first cracks to decisions that Oregon has made over time. Number one, with PERS. One being Tier 1 and Tier 2 kept teachers in the classroom. It kept them in the state of Oregon. It kept them out of the private sector. Now when you look at OPSRP for a new generation, that doesn't hold them anymore. Okay, the benefit package that we used to sell in lieu of a $30,000 job and a 190-day contract, today's professional, today's millennial, Gen Z is looking at, okay, let me get this straight. Your opening salary is $37K. I basically have a 401K. Yeah, I like that 190-day contract, but it also is a tough job. And I'm looking at $40,000 to $60,000 of student debt. What are you doing to help me on that? That's what we're facing right now with the workforce. So as we look at the challenges of choice, more menu, trying to respond to our customer base in the political environment we're in, we're facing it with severe workforce challenges. And for me, Oregon has got to come to face the fact on what does it take that's different and what are different pathways to address this workforce issue and to really understand who is in the schools. It's not just third grade teachers. It's counselors, it's special ed teachers, it's nurses, it's speech pathologists, it's occupational therapy, it's physical therapy, it's school psychology. All of those last five I employ, they have their own licensing. So TSPC has been really flexible. And TSPC, in my opinion, has responded. TSPC is us. But I'm having a heck of a time with the medical boards in flexibility. I can't get a workforce. I can't compete against hospitals for speech pathologists. And there's a lack of understanding that speech pathologists are critical school staff. But we don't look at it that way. We think of workforce as, I need a third grade teacher. You can still find a third grade teacher, but you can't find a foreign language teacher. You can't find a counselor. You can't find, special ed, or you can't keep them in there very long. And you sure can't find all these medical people. So those are our challenges. So opportunities, what does this mean for us? Thank heavens we're doing all this with record revenues for this biennium. So for me, strategically looking at it, this biennium looks pretty good from P20 for us, our world. Next biennium after that, I'm not so sure, which does affect long-term staffing decisions. But we have got to, if we're going to address and bring these 30,000 kids back, if we're going to create a pipeline to our public university, our community college, and our university, and our local, and create that pipeline, I've often said, programs like the Eastern Promise and other types of programs that we have to have, especially our first-gen kids, it literally falling off the log that here's your regional higher ed providers with high school, and it's all seamless right through the system. We've got to move in that direction even more rather than what we've done in the past. We've got to look at braiding resources a little bit more than we have before. K-12 is funded pretty well. What is it we can do to braid programs even more with our community college partners and make it a real seamless in our our regional university? What does it really look like to braid resources on pathways for kids that is seamless for a kid from Echo or Hermiston? We have it, but there's holes in the way that stop kids unless they're networked. What are we going to do to transition that and braid resources in our area? That to me is critical. We need to work together on the workforce issues. High kudos to Matt Seamers and the pathways and the innovation that EOU has shown has been excellent in response. I think about special ed program. You asked me what we needed that, Matt delivered. Our issue then is how do we pipeline our kids through that? How do we diversify our workforce and keep that going and braid those resources? So that's kind of over my 5 minutes, but in a quick synopsis, that's kind of where we are from K-12, from the regional perspective.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for not only having me in here today and our group, but just being willing to have a conversation. For us in the higher ed, and in particular in the community college arena, the revolution has already taken place. Our challenge is whether or not we accept the results and then adapt and move forward with the new landscape. Every major industry in this country has gone through a major revolution in the last 25 to 30 years. Banking, tech, retail, transportation, everything that's been impacted, and it's largely been driven by the advent of technology. I mean, 2007, what did we all do? We were asking that question. What did we do before we had these? During a break, we would maybe talk to each other. Now we're checking email and text and something else is going on, and something's blowing up on Twitter. And what's happened? And education has sat on the sideline, higher education in particular, and went, it's okay, we got this. We have our ways. And in particular, at Blue Mountain Community College, we've been very ingrained in that. We've been around 60 years, not our first rodeo, not our first roundup, if you will. We're going to just do what we do. The reality is the game has changed, and we have to catch up. And we not only need to catch up, we need to lead out. And by that I mean we need to be a much more diverse institution on a number of levels, not the least of which is what we offer, how we offer it, when, and in what modalities. Right now, our traditional transfer courses, we're offering in 5 different ways to a student. So if young Mr. Mulvihill comes out here as a graduate of Pendleton High School and wants to take History 110, he's going to have 5 different ways to get that course in his fall term. He can show up face-to-face. He can take it completely online at midnight where he downloads the assignments. He can do a hybrid where he takes part of the class in person live. He can do the entire class live but online. He He can, in essence, work out an independent study with the instructor. So the demands for our folks to deliver the same amount of coursework and instruction now are almost fivefold. What does that take as an institution? It means that you have to have a much different DNA. You have to be much more nimble and accepting that the student is now driving the equation, not you. And that's okay. We are in a consumer-based existence. If I'm thinking of something and if I can't get it in 3 clicks and have it at my doorstep in 2 days, I'm kind of upset about that. The same is applicable now to education. I hear something on the radio, I get an ad on my phone, somebody's talking to somebody about an opportunity at XYZ Corporation doing something, and I go, you know, that sounds kind of interesting, and a couple of swipes, if I'm not getting information about that, and if I'm not understanding where I go to get that opportunity, I will find it. And most likely it'll be out of our area. So the opportunities for us working with a regional university, what a tremendous partnership that we've had over the years, but to expand the opportunities now. You know, the chair talked about our traditional roots in teacher education, still one of the highest demand fields we have. But the challenges to get people into that field now are so immense that we have to find new ways to overcome that. At Blue Mountain, much of, we have met the enemy and it is us. We get in our own way far more than we need to. We're working on that. Culture change is a difficult thing, and especially in an environment where things are changing very quickly. We talk about workforce, and I think of workforce the same as my colleague here, is twofold. Not only the workforce that we supply to our regional industries, and that's really our biggest field of opportunity for us now, short course, non-credit instruction that can get people in and working from anywhere from 3 nights or 3 weekends to 6 months, to maybe a full academic credential at 9 months. There are opportunities in this community, in your community, in our entire regional community. And I look at the community as a region. We have a very big region. Your service area is large, ours is. We have the largest service area of any community college in the state at 16,500 square miles. And we range from here, Boardman, all the way to Baker City, just like you do. That blows the minds of people who are stuck in traffic on I-5. They just can't comprehend because they have 4 community colleges within 40 miles. How spoiled are they? But yet, how appreciative are we of the advantages that we have to have a regional university where we can send our students when they're ready to go. The high schools that we have here that we can partner with and then bring folks over to EOU. There are places in this state where they just do not have those opportunities, so we need to make sure that we're taking advantage of that. Workforce is a big part of that for us. We've been obsessed with degrees in higher education. It's how we measure everything. How, the Carnegie credit hour. How much time did your backside spend in that seat? That's how I know how hard the class was. No, it's the outcome. What did you learn? Making that transition from how we vote letter grades to skill acquisition. Did I get an A in a class? I don't know. What can you do? Can you splice that fiber line? Yeah, show me. I did. Okay, you're good. Did I get an A? No, you got a job.
Did you ever get an A in a class?
So moving on to the next subject. Workforce is a huge issue for us. Getting a transition, the transfer degree that is our bread and butter. That's what we do. We do it well. We send you very well prepared students. They do well when they get to EOU. We cannot live on that alone. We have to have a more balanced business portfolio, if you will. Part of that is the revenue that comes with short course training is essentially ours to do with what we need. It does not come with the restrictions that we get out of the state. We have the advantage of having a property tax levy that you all do not enjoy. Careful what you wish for, because that also adjusts the amount of money you get from the state. So when you take our neighbors on the other side, Treasure Valley Community College and us, we are 2 of the 3 highest levy rates in the state in terms of community colleges. That equalization formula that comes down adjusts the amount that we get out of the Community College Support Fund. So in terms of record revenue coming out of the state, the more our property value goes up, the fewer dollars we see from the state. It creates a challenge. So we have to go out and essentially generate our own revenue. that's a challenge for us on our campus because we're not used to that. We're used to just sitting back and going, well, Senator Hansel, Representative Smith, bring me what you can. Let's see what we can. We have to be more entrepreneurial in our thinking. The other side of workforce is what I think all of you struggle with. We do K-12 private. How do you retain your really good people when you cannot pay what they are worth? We've offset that for decades with a really good benefit package. The fact is now it's not enough to compete. The love of doing this work where you're seeing people's lives change, you really do, that accounts for a lot, but it doesn't feed the bulldog. The insurance agent still wants his check at the end of the month to insure that car and that house. So we have to find ways to retain the good employees. And what we're finding is when someone leaves, and you know, you're right, we're stealing from each other. I hired one away from the city of Pendleton yesterday, not looking forward to that phone call from the mayor. They come in at a higher rate than your people who are already here, and so you have compression. So from a management standpoint, where do you go to generate that kind of revenue to keep your existing staff? It's the same old thing. Why can I get such a super deal if I go sign up with a new cell phone carrier, but I've been with this one for 10 years and they're not giving me diddly? It's the same kind of thing. We have to find new and creative ways to retain employees. That involves compensation, but it also involves other ways. So those are our challenges. The upside is we have a bright future ahead of us. We have the best budget we've had in the last 5 years. For the first time in 5 years, we're putting money into reserves. Not a lot, but we're not drawing out of reserves to remain operational. We're starting to be closer to meet board policy on capital improvement. We're starting to fix our buildings. We're going to act like we belong. We're going to act like we're not dead, because we're not. We have a good future. Workforce is a big part of it. Shorter courses, responding what our students are asking, because that's a response to our communities, and we feed each other back. So there's the opportunities. We love to have you as a partner. You've been a great partner, and we look forward to more. I think there's great things that we can do as a region. You know, when I got here, people said, well, you know who the competition is? Tell me. Oh, it's EOU, it's Walla Walla, it's Columbia Basin. And I went, that's fascinating. I think you're full of it. It's not. You know who our #1 competitor is, and it's yours as well? It's apathy for higher education. It's just what Mark said. There's families sitting around the dinner table going, you don't need to go to school. Why would you invest that kind of time and money when you can go to work right now? You know what, I did it, Grandpa did it. That's the way we do here. And we all know that our futures are fuller, richer, and more satisfying the exposure that we have to an experience with higher education. I was one of those. I didn't wise up till I was 39 and finally said, ooh. And it really was at the prodding of my bride, who said, yeah, you've run your runway. You've gotten all out of this you're going to. Go get a real job. And that required an education. I went to a regional university at age 39. It changed my life. Our biggest competition isn't Treasure Valley or Walla Walla or Eastern Oregon. It's the apathy for education. And that is more than a dollars and cents equation. It's a sense of value and what it brings to your life. That's our challenge, and we can overcome it. So,
thank you.
Well, I think they've cut into all of my time now, but I don't want to regurgitate, but a lot of the bullet points that I had pre-planned after visiting with George, because I know George fairly well, Mark hit on, and workforce development, trying to keep our kids who don't plan to go to a community college or university engaged and prepared for the workforce. We have an internship program with Intermountain ESD and the Portomoro Ione School as part of that as well. And so those are the things we're focusing on, because our kids do live in a day of a menu of options. And so our goal in Morrow County schools, with a 2,300 give or take student population, is to retain those students. We developed an online program so that we weren't losing students to other neighboring online programs. We're not trying to recruit from outside. We're trying to retain the students we have within, but also meet them where they're at. Hybrid option is what a lot of kids want. They want an online option in the morning, electives in the afternoon, so that they can pick and choose their electives and then still be able to participate in sports or extracurricular activities. And so it's not the same as what I had in Imbler or Tom had in Elgin. It was brick and mortar, and that's what you got was what you got. You get what you get, don't thrift it. Now, people have options, and if we don't provide the option for them, they're going to find it somewhere nearby or online out of some other state. So I'm excited that you guys are here. We have good working relationships with both BMCC and EOU. I know from my time in Heppner that we had people reaching out to our guidance counselor. I'm interested in all those opportunities. Coach Camp spends a lot of time in Heppner helping Greg Grant with football-related stuff, so we have a pipeline there. But I'd like to get a pipeline in the education side of that as well. I don't know what I don't know yet about how visible you guys are within Riverside High School and Aragon Junior Senior, but I assume it's similar to what I experienced in my time in Heppner. And options for kids and the parents, that's what we're dealing with. Not all the kids want to come to school for 7 or 8 periods a day. They want to pick and choose what works best for them. We had a student who took a few ag classes at Heppner High School, but rodeoed year-round and graduated with a Morrow County School District diploma this past year and spent most of his time on the rodeo circuit and probably is doing as well or better than I am in my first year as a superintendent in finance. And it's a rough way to make a living, but that's what he did, and that's how he got his diploma, on the road, picking up some elective classes when he was not on the rodeo circuit. So that's an example of a kid whose family wanted options, and we were able to provide those. And I'm grateful that we had the foresight. Dirk Dirksen, my predecessor, who spent 41 years in education, mostly here in Morrow County. He had the foresight and the vision to create opportunities and to keep those working relationships with not just BMCC but EOU. And we want a pipeline that will keep kids in Eastern Oregon as much as we can. But there again, when I was in school, you had options. When you got to college, you didn't have a lot of options in high school. Now we're really focused on partnerships that retain those kids within our own district through 12th grade and beyond, keep them here regionally as well. So any presence that EOU or BMCC can have in our schools, I think just helps. You guys have a leg up and an advantage locally, because I think a lot of our family, I'm a parent and I'd prefer that my kids would have stayed here in Eastern Oregon. I have youngest daughter's going to be a freshman in high school, one that just graduated, and a daughter who's gone on to do bigger and better things, and I missed them when they moved away. I didn't want them to leave. I pushed hard about the BMCC option, the EOU option, and what worked well for me at EOU may not have worked well but they had options. I want our high school kids, Morrow County students, to have options with whoever those partners can be. So that's kind of what I have to contribute, because a lot of my bullet points that I had pre-planned, Dr. Mulvihill has already touched on, and I don't want to sit here and regurgitate all of those things, but they're the same issues, same concerns that we have in Morrow County School District.
Any follow-up comments from the panelists before I open it up?
Just listening to Mark and Matt and thinking about our reach. EOU, Intermountain ESD, and Blue Mountain have a very, very similar reach as far as the same 7 to 8 counties. Yet we, quote, compete against each other every legislative session because of the siloed funding systems. And I remember when I was on OEIB with Governor Kitzhaber at the time, we talked about a seamless P20, and that was the creation of the HEC at that time. And we talked about a seamless P20, and we even talked about a funding model that really looks and follows the student P20 rather than us competing. We're going to compete against you this session again. And it just makes me wonder, I don't anticipate that's going to change anytime soon in Oregon, but regionally, we've been able to pull off some pretty amazing things because there aren't very many of us, and we know each other. You know, people from Salem always joke or whatnot. How do you know everybody? Well, I went to high school, or that's a second cousin, right? When you want a fun game, go on a trip with somebody and say, we're not going to stop till Biggs, but we're going to find out how we're related. But anyway, I often wonder, just listening, to Mark and Matt as well, and if we couldn't look at, when I use the term braided, a different way of doing business, because there aren't very many of us. We serve 21 districts. That's not that many. We have one community college, really, or Treasure Valley, and one university. Yet we don't always align a pipeline. We say we do, and we have hiccups of pipeline and pieces of a pipeline, but we don't take advantage of the intimacy we have in our region to do something really innovative for our kids who desperately want it. When you talk about what stops a first-gen kid, network, period. You think about America, network. Who you know and who's going to assist you when you're a 17-year-old kid, you don't know what you want. Or 39, that's a great example, Mark. No, seriously, that is also we have to look at. It's not just the K-12, but it makes me wonder, are we doing, I already know the answer, we aren't doing enough together with a similar reach, exact same communities, to merge our funding innovatively to create that pipeline that, Matt, you talk about trying to convince your kids. I remember the same thing. But there wasn't a completely cohesive pipeline, or one of them might have done it. They want to go to Blue Mountain when they're a senior at Imbler. Then what does that mean for a Blue Mountain transcript for them when they're 17 and 18? They should have a Panther transcript. They should have a Wolf transcript. And then what is the Mountaineer connection to that? Crosses my mind a lot. And so just to throw that out there for consideration, until we braid and look at how the siloed funding stops us from being a unit, I don't know if we're going to get there with the issues that we have in front of us.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think there's a lot of messages that you guys have given that we heard in ways yesterday as well, especially the workforce piece of it. And, the employers we were talking to yesterday were saying, we want to hire people that grew up here because they know what living here is about, and they're more likely to stay if they have the educational opportunity here to get what they need so that we can hire them, that's what they need. And part of that's that cooperation. And Tom, maybe you could comment about Project Moonshot. Is that a step in that direction?
Happy to. It's just launching, but frankly, that's part of the intriguing aspect of Moonshot for Equity, and what I pushed for when EAB talked about, well, maybe EOU just go it alone, and I said that's not where the magic is. The magic is bridging the ecosystem and thinking about this holistically. I've actually talked to him about we need to think about this down into the 10, 11, 12 range as well, and how do we integrate our high schools across the region into this so that we create that pipeline. But it's the first step, frankly, of the three institutions in Eastern Oregon coming together, and frankly the governor stepping up and providing the initial investment resources to begin to think about that differently and how we support students through the system differently across the ecosystem. Because again, I was, if a student's supposed to start at BMCC, that's where I want the student to start. If a student's supposed to start at EOU, great, come to EOU. It's more about how do we get that student to really succeed at the end of the day for our region, and hopefully keep them here. So part of that, you know, they want options, but if the best option is always keeping them here, then that's going to serve our workforce as well. And so, you know, for example, in the conversations about Moonshot, and frankly, some of the workforce board conversations we've had recently on Future Ready Oregon, you know, TVCC's on the border. They have relationships with Boise State. They have relationships with LCSC, rightfully so. It's incumbent upon us as leadership, both within TVCC and EOU and BMCC to a certain extent, to identify ways that make this the optimal solution, so that students that do have the choice to go to BSU go, no, it's better to go to Eastern, and here's why. I can complete faster, or I'm going to have the supports I need. I feel like I belong there versus going to BSU and getting lost, you know, having the right program. So I'm excited about Moonshot and where we're going with our community college partners there in that regard. But we're not at the destination, we're at the beginning of that. So I'm not going to, you know, we've got to execute on that. I'm going to miss that, frankly, because I'm really excited about being potentially a national model. Sorry, it's a frog. I'm not breaking up or anything. Never happens. I think we, as to Mark's point, we as in Eastern Oregon can be the example for the broader state, and that's where Moonshot, with a partner, an outside partner, bringing some expertise as well, I think is a model that should serve this region well. I sure hope so, and I think we'll see others recognize that and invest in it because of its uniqueness.
Thanks, Tom. Trustee Mendoza.
Thanks to our presenters. Everything that they're going through or that they discuss similar things in LeGrand, and I want our board to hear some other thoughts too, and how EOU can help. So there is a lot of staff fatigue, or there is a lot of burnout in educators. So whatever it might be for wellness or recovery or resilience, things for helping educators to overcome that, or to help students overcome that, or to help families overcome that, or to help communities overcome that. That's something that gets a lot of discussion at the state level or at the regional level from all of us. The behavior or social emotional or mental health or programs and services that are important to that, those are things that school districts do and need a lot of support with. For children to be regulated, for children to have good relationships, for staff to be regulated, for staff to have good relationships, there's a lot of stuff going on right now that we need help. We need services. So when we're doing things where we're increasing, I think, counseling or therapeutic services and the opportunity for us to have that, like those kinds of things that we're doing at EOU to help our community, to help our regions, those are very important things that are going on, and everybody's ramping up in their behavioral services or their mental health services. Right now, too, technology and the role of technology. So we've started to do all the comprehensive distance learning and all the things, flex schedules, hybrid schedules, those kinds of things. But we have kids not getting along electronically very well. We have needs with social media and healthy relationships with social media and digital citizenship and positive interactions, even character ed through digital formats. Those are things that I know school districts are starting to get into, that we need to get into, because the way kids think and the way kids learn are with devices, and sometimes they're not having healthy relationships or good self-esteem through that. So that stuff too that we have discussions about that we're trying to do or we want to do. And I guess I'll stop there, but right now we're also in a place where we talk about trust. Like back to it, we're in troubled times, polarized times, low trust university, low trust school districts, low trust public, low trust politics, low trust how we look at the judicial system, low trust all kinds of things right now. And we're in a place where we have to reestablish trust with parents, or reestablish trust with staff, or reestablish trust with kids. So trust, and then engagement. So all of this, we're listening, we're hearing, we're understanding, we're checking in, we're monitoring, we're supporting, even with kids, engaging them with feedback and conversation. And did you learn this? And what do you want to say about this? Or how can you teach this to somebody else? Whatever. All that engagement, trust, engagement is like the grease that fuels trust and fuels belonging. Right now, we're in a place where a lot of people have been divided, and they're not feeling like they belong. And so they have to be listened to and understood. And even in this conversation that we had about replacing Tom, to me, it was done in a way of belonging. There was no, like, we just needed to hear what everybody had to say, and in the end, nobody felt like they weren't heard, or they weren't understood, or they weren't valued. And it was a way in which we felt like we belonged, and we were trying to do what was best for the common good, for the university. So anyway, but trust, engagement, and belonging are big things right now in public education. So I know it was for the region, but I'm part of that region at some level. I see Mark almost weekly and talk to Mark weekly, same thing with Matt, so there you go.
And I would just add to that, George, it's rebuilding the trust, it's reconnecting, it's a lot of re's, because the day and age we're living in, for all of the reasons that have been discussed, is a lot different, and it's even at the early elementary, preschool, kindergarten. I mean, parents want a certain product, and if we're not going to get it, they'll find it somewhere else.
I think I would just add that it's okay to say we either don't know or we didn't do something well, but we're committed to being better. You know, part of what Matt's talking about with rebuilding trust, you think back on, well, some of us in this room, not these young guys, but, you know, some of us who endured disco. That's why I am the way I am. Oh, boy. I was in something. Our schools were our communities. And the world has changed. But education is still at the center of why and where and how and all of it. And we've not done some things well at our institution. We've not done some things well as education in general. I think the public is forgiving in the sense that if we own up to what we've done, we can't go back and redo or fix, but we can. It's never too late to do the right thing. And we can move forward in that. And I think if you acknowledge that, look, help us get better, because as we get better, we better serve you. So, you know, and I think that's, you know, Mark's point of all of us working together. We're not here to take students from EO. You're not here to take students from us. We're here to make sure that they're not just disappearing into the workforce and that they never come back, and that they sit there at age 27 and they're miserable, but they got a mortgage and an $800 truck payment and there's no way out. We can help with that.
You know, one of my favorite jokes is everybody's always in it for kids until you change their prep time. But, you know, this is kind of basic when you think about it, listening to this and reconnecting. If you put the student in the middle, and Tom, your point, what outcome do we want? We want them staying here. We know that the rural talent drain is one of the problems in America. We've got to have our youth invested in our communities and staying and coming back. If that's our number one goal, then education is a key to that. Then who are the largest education providers? And where does the action happen in Ukiah and at Hebner? And that, you know, I often think about that is sometimes this is a lot simpler than we make it. We go down the politics and the funding and all this, but if we put the child in the center of the room, a very diverse child, a different parent, and our outcome is we want that talent to stay and be happy and successful. How are we working together to do that isn't siloed and isn't adult driven? That's our challenge.
Thank you. Trustee Martin.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, I appreciated your comment about the importance of the school in these communities, and I don't remember who I was visiting with yesterday, but we were talking about the small communities, and the school is the only thing in the community, so it's so incredibly important. I was wondering, we talk about the detriment of the pandemic on our education system and our schools. Do you see any positives that have come from that? Because I kind of do.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. From the higher ed standpoint, we know everything. We got initials after our name, you know, we got this figured out. The pandemic proved that we could do a lot of things that we said for years, oh, you can't do that. No, you can't do that because, you know, Professor Smith in this class in 1972 when I was at the University of Oregon said you can't do that. We can do that. The pandemic has opened doors, forced us to go through doors in education that we're like, okay, yeah, you know, that wasn't so bad. And maybe we could make it even better. So I think there's a lot of positive. Yeah, absolutely. All the different ways that we now deliver courses, you couldn't have done that 10 years ago. Couldn't have done that effectively 5 years ago. There were places that were doing it. There were institutions that were doing it, but we went, hey, you know, that's just those crazy people at WGU. Hey, you know, we're all doing it now. And it can be done, and it can be effective. And you know what? The student is asking for that. I mean, the examples of, you were saying that they want to do their core online and then do, you know, an elective, and then they're going to go work, and then they're going to go rope or do, you know, and then help on the, yeah, it's flexibility. It can be done.
Mark, go ahead.
Oh, there we go. Just a quick follow-up. Yeah, I think it caused us to step back a little bit and reassess the things that we were just sort of taking for granted or just assuming it was a perfect world. And we were stepping back and listening to parents that had a valuable input as well. And I think it's been good to assess the education system because of it. There were bad things, but
It also, we proved how we actually can move quickly. You know, changing education, it's glacial pace, we all know that. And we all fall back into board policy, collective bargaining agreements, state funding, blah, blah, blah. We were forced overnight to create, and we did it. And so to me, it was a wake-up call that a lot of our glacialness is self-imposed. And that goes back to my point on a lot of our stuff adult-driven rather than student-driven.
Just time for a couple more comments. Trustee Mabbitt.
Thank you very much. Yesterday we had Heidi Sipe, who, you know, is such a leader in adapting all of her curriculum and program to non-traditional students. So 74%, I think she said, was primary Latinx community. You three gentlemen haven't spoken yet in really maybe made some general reference, but in detail a little bit more about how you're rethinking and in the whole country is leaning in a lot more to diverse and minority populations. You are probably one of the first, Morrow County might be the first minority majority county. We're competing with another county over here. But just maybe a couple of examples about the issues that you've shared and how you might approach those differently now that we're reprioritizing, appropriately so in my opinion, how we engage minority populations.
So we actually started that at the tail end of last spring, knowing that, hoping that everything we went through is in the rearview mirror. So listening sessions is how we started our approach. We're going to follow up with more listening sessions moving into the 22-23 school year. We were trying to pass a bond at the time too, and was getting feedback from that. It didn't work out the way we'd hoped, but in that process we realized and learned we were hitting not all stakeholders, a pretty targeted group of stakeholders, and in order for us to move forward and pass a bond in the future, which will help our schools and our educational process, we need to reach out more, and that's a place where we admittedly didn't do a very good job. So that's a room for improvement for us for sure in Morrow County schools.
BMCC is Hispanic Serving Institution is a designation by the feds that you have a certain percentage of your student population or identify as Hispanic. That is primarily on this end, on the west end of our service district. It's Morrow County and it's western Umatilla County. We really have about 3 demographic sections within. You know, we get very, very white to the eastern side, and then it kind of just blends this way. One of the things that we've looked at is that, okay, we might be a designated HSI, but are we really doing it? Are we advertising when we need instructors or staff or support people for bilingual talents? And the first thing you'll hear, well, it's hard enough just to hire. Why are we putting up another barrier? And my response is because we have people who need that level of communication. Our signage needs to be bilingual. I caused a real stir with something that was very well intentioned at graduation this year. Stood up there and welcomed everybody in graduation, and then I welcomed them with 3 sentences in Spanish. That I welcomed them, I acknowledged that it is families and community that put these graduates here, that no one gets here alone. And that, you know, my thanks to them for being here to support this student all the way through, and that your job isn't done because wherever, if they go to the workforce or if they go on to EOU or wherever they might go, we want them to go to EOU, that the work is still there. And I did it in Spanish. You didn't tell us you were going to do that. Why did you do that? Because I looked at the audience and went, there's a whole lot of people here who maybe only catch about 4 words out of this, and they need to be acknowledged. So I think it's a realization that we are becoming much more blended, and it's a difficult path. One of the things that we're talking with Heidi about is addressing adult learners. Because when you go to recruit a student that comes from a Hispanic household, you really recruit the entire household. And if the adults in the room can't really understand what you're talking about, it's not only that barrier that's there, but that's a barrier for job and work promotion. If you have limited English skills, you're only going to be able to do certain positions in advance in certain ways. So if we can work with a local high school, school district on adult learners where we can partner, that helps reinforce the retention on the K-12 side, and it certainly gives us a much better shot to get them on our end. So I think it's just a recognition that much like we're delivering courses in 4 and 5 modalities, we got to deliver things in 2, maybe 3 languages.
Thank you. One more comment, and then we'll move on.
Just a very quick comment coming back to the idea of the pipeline and how important that is. So I really appreciate you being here and also thinking forward how we can remove those barriers, because at the end we're all here for student success. And so whether it's bringing the students from your schools to BMCC or EOU, and also facilitate the transfer. Don't forget the transfer students, and that's really important to remove those barriers. So if we can work together, that's a win-win situation for all. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Anna. All right, good conversation, and I think, the message is, we need to sink or swim all together and continue to look at partnerships, especially in rural Oregon where we all exist. So thank you very much for coming today. We really appreciate your input, and I'm sure it will generate conversations among the board in our future meetings.
Thanks for having us here. And Tom, thank you, and best of luck to you on the west side. Stay out of traffic.
All right. I actually wanted to let these guys talk longer, but Tim Seidel gets so upset when he's not on time. Yeah, for those of you that don't know, Tim used to be at the end of our agendas at board meetings, and we were always out of time, so he never got the time. So, all right, thank you. So we have come to our final agenda item, And that will be introduced by Vice President of University Advancement, Tim Seidel. We have Anna Richter-Taylor here, and I'll offer a few comments as well as we go through this. So, Tim?
Thank you, Chair Shavs. Yes, so this is, we're between you and lunch, but also we know a lot of the discussions thus far today have been really kind of wrapping our hands around some of the things that are going to be happening on a statewide level over the next few months, and certainly into the 2023 legislative session, which is fairly important to us, given that the state is our largest investor, as one senator told me a number of years ago. I think we can start from the top, maybe, and in terms of that, I mean in terms of the governor's race. As you're all aware, we have 3 female candidates running for governor. There are a wide array of opinions about them. The data is right now tracking for a bit of an obvious lead, but with this race, you have a long-serving Speaker of the House with Tina Kotek. We have a long-time Senator, Betsy Johnson, running as an independent. And then we have a very well-seasoned and former Majority Leader for the Republicans in the House with Christine Drazen running on the Republican ticket. So we're coming up on an election that will undoubtedly change the makeup of the staff, of course, in the governor's office, possibly across multiple public agencies, and really the makeup of the group that'll be helping lead a lot of the charge as we go into a session. That's really the governor's office. So things change dramatically, as we were talking about with appointments, for example, that you could have a governor come in and want to do things different on different boards. That's a large issue to get into, because there are so many boards at the state level that it can cause some really a catastrophic effect to try to go in and start picking things, and really whether or not Eastern's board is really at the top level of a new governor coming in, and they're really going to focus on that. I think we need to relative scale there, maybe not the top thing on their list that they're going to be focusing in. If you've watched the debates so far, or the conversations, the town halls on it, they're all, they're playing their cards pretty handily right now, trying to answer and get around a lot of the issues. But they're also going to be getting, I would say, more direct in their conversations as we head towards the November elections. A little thing I'll throw out is that we are working with Rural Development Initiatives and a faculty member at Eastern and some students to see if we can't try to get a town hall at Eastern in September or possibly October. We've had favorable responses from all the candidates, and it would be nice to do something in person. So they're all leaning towards doing it. We're just trying to figure out how to make it all work and come together. But that would be a really nice feather in our cap to be able to host something at a place like Eastern. Certainly a nod towards rural Oregon and Oregon's Rural University, but also something that we could ideally engage students in our local community in the political process, which is important to all of us. Anything you want to add? Anything? Feel free to jump in on the gubernatorial candidates.
No, I mean, I just.
Oh, you want to hit your little red button? Yep.
Okay, sorry. No matter who wins, the good news is we have a relationship with any of the candidates, and so not that. I mean, that's just a good thing that I think we could pick up the phone and call them, and they would call us back, and we would know who their staff is. So it will change, but we have supporters for EOU, no matter who the next governor is, based on the work that you've been doing, and Tim's been doing, and Tom's been doing, and the entire team's been doing for the last 6-7 years.
Tim, you might tell the board a little bit about Anna. I don't know if
Oh, certainly. I'm sorry. So Anna Richter-Taylor has worked with Eastern since about 2018, right in there, and she's a public affairs strategist that we consult with on a regular basis, and has helped us, starting in 2018, helped us frame up the language and the process for getting funding for the field house for our push to be designated as Oregon's rural university. Has worked with us on all the way up to Moonshot. Has been instrumental in helping us find the funds and identify the resources and bring the governor's office in on Moonshot. She also helps us behind the scenes in many times, having conversations that maybe are better for her to have than for Tom or myself to have with legislators or members of the governor's staff. And you could share maybe a little bit about your background.
Sorry, I'm not used to this. Originally, I'm from Georgia, but I've lived in Oregon for 20 years now. Worked on campaigns. I worked in Washington, D.C. out of college, moved here, worked on campaigns, and ultimately worked for Governor Kulongoski, where I got to work with, do I call you Commissioner or Board, Mr. Warner. And was his communications director, worked on his reelection campaign, and then as I did consulting with a private firm for several years where I got a bit to understand more about the business side of Oregon, which was really intentional on my part so that I could be more well-rounded, and I went into business for myself, I guess about 6 years ago. So, but one of the things about working with the governor and Governor Kulongoski, who I'm still close to, but I got to travel and see a lot of the state, and so I do have a true appreciation for that. There's a lot of great things happening in Eastern Oregon and Southern Oregon and parts of the state that sometimes get neglected, and I love working on all the issues that you guys are advancing out here. And I think one of the things that's been really great over the last several years is we've been able to educate a lot of legislators who at one point maybe didn't understand how diverse this region's growing and how many innovative things you're doing with less, and the partnerships with TVCC and VMCC, which we finally got there after a lot of political hurdles. But there's a good foundation right now because of the leadership of this board and Tim and Tom and everyone in your executive team right now in the legislative body that I think regardless of the 25 new members coming in, the next governor, there's a really good foundation to continue to build that narrative and use this board too to expand those relationships, because that's what it's all about, like any other industry. So, oh, and I do a lot of crisis communications too, so that's where a lot of the behind the scenes stuff is.
Thank you.
Us and others.
Or a little bit.
Just a little bit. But so we work, and you've heard Tom and others, reference in conversations and talking about, working with Tim and Anna are working on this. This is the Anna that I work with. Obviously, hadn't been able to travel out here for a little while because of the pandemic, but was really glad she could be out here today to join us, because there's several things going forward. I know there's a certain amount of maybe concern is a word to use about going into a legislative session and the transition we're all experiencing. But we are in an incredibly good space. In the years that I've been working at Eastern, I don't think we've been in a stronger position going into a legislative session. We've got great support. The new legislators that are coming in haven't been in the building. They've literally been taking seats in and been doing their work remotely. So some of them know us already, and we'll continue to educate them, which we always do during the sessions, by sharing information around who we are and what we do as an institution, and putting some of our best voices forward, which are voices of our students. And we've drug Cedric into many meetings, and that's been really helpful. And Caitlin and other folks from ASCOU, it's really helpful when we bring them into the meeting. Kind of recenters the focus of why we do what we do, and suddenly you have legislators realizing that, oh yeah, we're in it for the students. We can talk about all the other things, but at Eastern, when it comes down to it, it's the students. And I'm always so proud that our students are always very well prepared and ready to go when they go into those meetings, because they'll grab Tom aside, legislators will, in the hall and say, your students were amazing. They were articulate, they were professional, they knew what they were talking about, and they were passionate about what they were doing. And that's really, I think that's just another picture that we can present when we're in the legislature, when we're at the Capitol building, to talk about Eastern and what it is we're doing. So you may know, a new governor is going to come in with a new budget. Even if it's another Democrat, they're going to have a different, probably a twist on the budget. They're going to be preparing things. So there's some of that work that's already taking place to help provide that, but then there's work that'll certainly take place after the new governor is appointed, and we'll see that change, and we'll be monitoring and watching all that and engaging wherever we need to. Our strategic approach to the upcoming session, is of course critical to everything that we're doing, but I wanted to make sure that we talk about some of the overriding issues that are going to be in front of us going forward. And one of them is, we'll just start with that one, is the discussions that are happening at the legislative level around governance. It's been a number of years since we all had governing boards appointed for us. There's been some points have been brought up. There was a bill called Senate Bill 854 that was floated or presented last session but did not pass. That's just a reference mark for you of 854, because it gives us some, I know in government relations it gives kind of some common language of what we're talking about in terms of a reference point. But that bill talked about what might change at the universities and some recommendations. That led to a letter that all the universities jointly signed and said, look, we'll be happy to talk to you about some of these issues, and that led to a work group. That work group is chaired by Senator Dembro. We also have Senator Frederick on that work group, and a number of other legislators. And they've met. Richard is serving as a trustee, as a university trustee on that work group, and Tom has been serving on that work group as well, to bring not only our voice to the table, but the voice of all the universities and the trustees. That group has met. We've had some pre-meetings. We've had a formal meeting. We're planning on another formal meeting coming up. That will likely generate additional discussion, and it could generate legislation coming into the session. There are some timelines coming up for legislation that must be submitted to Legislative Council for it to be processed and then be assigned a legislative concept or bill number to be able to move forward in the next session. So those deadlines are rapidly approaching, so there'll be probably some additional meetings coming up here very soon as we move into the early stages of the fall. Richard, do you want to, maybe you want to comment some on the governance work group, or Tom, if you wanted to add in what you're seeing at that meeting?
Yeah, I think there are definitely members of the work group who have a strong bias, to one way or the other. But at the same time, I feel like Senator Dembro is doing a really good job of chairing the work group and having conversations about both sides of the issues that are being brought up. I can't tell if nobody can tell if legislation is going to come out of this work group or not. But I think it was a really good thing, that letter that I think your group was involved putting together, Chris, from the original to keep Senate Bill 854 from passing. It had a lot of things in it that it wasn't just we agreed to talk about these things. There were a lot of things in that letter that we said, we will do. Fortunately for EOU, we're already doing all of those, except I think one we needed to do some improvement on. And so for us, it was a pretty easy thing to sign. But I was like, isn't having a governance committee was part of the discussion. Some universities don't have a governance committee, and I felt like that's been integral for us at Eastern Oregon University, that we've always had one to help us govern as a board. So it was, in some ways, it was a recognition for us, we're doing some of the right things here, and we need to keep doing them. So the meetings have been productive as they can be in a political situation. And like Tim said, I think September 23rd is the deadline when that committee has to say if they want to do something. So I'm sure we'll be having some more meetings. Tom?
Yeah, my focus just is, obviously from the context of EOU's president, is what's the optimal governance structure to move higher education forward in the best manner in this state. There is no one model that makes everything work perfectly. And so you have to step back and go, what structure optimizes how you perform in higher ed and as an institution. And I vehemently believe, both before I was a university president and advocated for this model, and now having served for more than 7 years as a president within this model, for Eastern Oregon University, a governing board like we have is the best model to provide access for stakeholders, to provide continuity through what you're going to experience right now with a new president coming on board, but continuity and purpose and serving students in this region and such. And so making sure that through the noise of conversation that we don't get lost in what really should be driving the decisions behind governance in the state, and obviously particularly for Eastern Oregon University that best serves our students in our institution.
And just, I mean, I think some of the other schools have struggled with their boards, but I think one of the assets, I mean, the strength of EOU is that you have a committed board, and I think you're so embedded in the community and care, and that's, so when there's a lot of chatter happening in the other part of the state about is the governance structure working, I always bring it back to look at EOU, because they have committed board members who are active in the community, who care deeply about it, and it does work, and look how far they've been able to go with that, and it kind of gets people thinking differently about it. So again, that's another strength that you guys have to offer in that conversation.
And that's just one of the bills that we're working on. As you can tell, these are fairly complex situations where we're walking a fine line of what and making sure what we need to do as a university, as Eastern, and in coordination or collaboration and cooperation with the other universities as well. It's important we don't step on each other's toes, or somebody make a commitment to something at one university that then commits all of the institutions to something, or something that they just can't do. So we're constantly in planning stages and communication behind the scenes, so that we're all at least on the same page going forward. So that's one of the bill. Another bill you may hear about, you've probably heard about, is the Student Voices Bill, also known as House Bill 2590. This is the one that brought folks out to Eastern earlier this year, where we had day-long meetings, and was even able to get some of the Senator Dembro and Senator Frederick and some others into an African drumming class, and they got to enjoy that and engage directly with students. But most importantly, they were able to be on our campus and experience our students, our faculty, our staff, the environment in which we operate as an organization, and get that sense of who we are as an institution. And the feedback has been overwhelmingly strong, that coming out, it was, wow, that you do a lot out here. You're doing really good things. We like what we're seeing. We like what we're hearing. We like the engagement of your students. They were on it. They were happy to have conversations. It wasn't like, I don't know what's going on as a student, but in fact, no, I know what's going on, and here's how it's working, and here's what we're doing. Your faculty were passionate about how they provide education for those students, and the need for resources to help support those students. And what that really, this group is about, is underrepresented voices, underrepresented students on our campus at all of those levels. So, all types of diversity on our campuses are important, extending all the way down to, what about our students who have learning disabilities? So let's not forget about them. And we were able to talk to them about what we do in our learning center and are now in our new student lounge, and how we were able to invest some of the resources that we received in the last sessions for like our Strong Start funding, and what we're doing now with new Title III funding to help those students even more. And so what they saw was really a full engagement of the university level in our students and with our students. That group is also up against a deadline coming up in terms of legislative concepts and bill language that needs to be put forward, and they're continuing to meet. We've been engaged at almost every one of their meetings at some level, whether we're providing testimony or feedback to them. Most recently had our Ag Entrepreneurship faculty member, Chad Mueller, present to them about his program and what's going on there, and our engagement with other professional entities in our region, and how students will have an experiential learning opportunity as part of that program. We also had an outcome. We had a student who'd been in our Rev Center and done an internship there, and now is working in economic development down in the Newport, Lincoln County area. And she was able to talk directly about how that internship landed her that job. So we're constantly being able to put forward great, and that's one of the benefits probably of a small institution, is that I can turn and find folks pretty quickly, and they're willing and really willing and able to do it, and especially when we don't have to take a 5-hour one-way trip to provide 5 or 10 minutes of testimony. It's really nice to be able to jump onto a video conference and do that. That legislation is moving forward, and they're looking at a lot of options there, and possibly a significant funding package at $25.90. Again, that's another component that's going into this next session. There are educator workforce challenges that I know that Matt and Rayette and other members of our College of Education faculty have been involved in, and just in the last couple of days, there's been another set of information we've been pushing out to legislators to talk about the implications of implications and challenges around the Teacher Standards and Practices Commission and policies statewide, and how we're going to be investing in educators and alternative licensure. It's a significant list, but I'm thankful that I have some great folks like Matt and Rayette that I can turn to and say, okay, how does this impact us? We can provide quick information back to legislators so they understand what that means for teacher preparation programs like we have at Eastern that we're also very well known for. There's an equity policy option package that's moving forward that would be a significant investment in all of the universities to provide equity plans and programs at our institutions. We're heavily involved in that. We've been working with the other equity officers at the other institutions, I would just say again publicly, is a great group of people. I know Leanne's been able to be on some of those meetings with me, and Holly as well. They are excellent at preparing and presenting what the needs are for all of our students, particularly with a diversity lens, and supporting all the types of students that we have. So that's another funding package that is moving forward. Investments in the Oregon Opportunity Grant, which would be expanding financial aid for students, is another policy package that's going forward. Continued funding for the Strong Start, which we've lobbied heavily for the last couple of years. That we've been able to see about $2 million in funding that we're plowing into those wraparound services for students and supporting them, particularly those students who've been affected by the pandemic, because there's so many that just lost that last year or two of support systems, graduating from high school and getting into college, and how do we help bring them up to speed? How can we get them to campus earlier to give them a leg up? How can we continue to help them as they're continuing through their college experience? There's some other things in there too, and I want to make sure to provide enough time to answer some questions you all may have as well. Don't forget that we still have capital funding projects that are out there. We've got a challenge with the rubric that the HEC has, which we'll be bringing to their attention. We are bringing to their attention in terms of funding priorities for rate renovations to Loso Hall, the next phase of that. Investment in things like cybersecurity it's really about not the academic program, we have that, but in terms of how do we ensure that our systems are safe and secure, and there may be additional funding coming for that. I think the other thing will be, gosh, what else do we have in here? The other thing will probably be just additional support now for the Public University Support Fund, which is the overall funding package that we're looking to present to the HEC later this week. And that will be the big budget package. So we have the PUSF, the Public University Support Fund. We'll have a capital ask that all the universities will be pushing forward. We'll have all these policy packages that we'll be pushing forward. And then it's kind of like what would you call it? It's like a mystery box, because you never know what's going to come out when bills are presented. So we'll do a little bill review. I think I've told you about this before. We'll go through thousands of bills and tag them and qualify them and rank them as a 1 to 4 as whether or not we really need to stay on top of this one, or we can just monitor another one. And that's where it gets really interesting, because some of these bills we don't know. We're not privy to until they come out of Legislative Council and they get awarded, or they get awarded a number, and you see, hey, suddenly it's, have you seen Senate Bill 2534? It's like, what is this? And it's suddenly changing something that has a significant impact on our university, and so we have to then go into playing offense and defense at the same time. Anything you want to add to those, my rambling? We're good?
No, that was a lot. No. Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing about this session is that there is a lot of defense. I mean, I think there was one representative that introduced, I don't know, like 500 bills or something. I mean, so like at some point you're just having to review, get analysis back, figure out how it would impact. And so there's a lot of incoming that we can never predict. But I think, you know, talking about where we're going from here, I think pre-pandemic, luckily we started, you talked about showing up 5 hours. I think that we also are in a place where we can continue to just do phone calls and Zooms. Like, I think leveraging the relationships you have and starting to build on the Moonshot for Equity, I think that's another huge opportunity for the university, because the state has not been able to take on something like this, like an assessment of where the gaps are, and really look at what are the barriers to access and retention and graduation. It's just too much for the entire community college and all the universities to do. So for the partnership with the 2 community colleges, for you guys to be able to lead on that is really going to continue to promote Eastern and this entire region as innovative and addressing the real needs of students and putting students first. And so I think there's huge opportunities this next session that's both within the larger university coalition, which is important because in numbers and strength we can get more money. But I think there's also other opportunities that we should be looking at. And I would just say that Tim, you know, has 5 jobs, and every other university has like 2 full-time government affairs people. So not that you can go and make that investment, but I do think there's a huge return on your investment to be able to look at what's your strategic plan and where are there some pots of money that we can either leverage with the K-12 system and advocate for, or the community colleges, or even just Eastern with some of your delegation who have stepped up in the last 2 years, which has been really, really nice to see. So yeah, that's all.
So I think, Anna, you said it, Tim, you touched on it, Greg said it yesterday. There's lots of new legislators that haven't ever been to Salem, and there's relationship building that needs to happen, because that's how things happen in Salem. A lot is through relationships. So, you know, we may be calling on some of you to help with that as we go through this next session. And I think that time we spend on that is well spent. And the other thing I wanted to say is something you brought up when we were meeting this morning, is if there's a way that we could start looking at federal money opportunities, that might be something else where there's pots of money that could help us. So.
Yeah, thanks, Richard. I was going to mention that at the same time, so we're on the same wavelength. So we're just talking about the state of Oregon components here, let alone the federal. We've been able to tap Title III and others to get some federal funds, but we know there is a lot more resource out there that we could access federally, and so we're continuing to work on that. Moonshot is next on that list to find out if we can find some additional funding from the federal government to support that very important project. So yeah, federal is we could have a whole nother discussion around that. Maybe that's something we can do at a later time.
So we have some time for questions and comments. Trustee Valerio.
Thank you, guys. Always very informative. Nice meeting you, Ant. That's great. I appreciate the work you do. It would be my nightmare, but I'm glad that you're there. It's pretty cool. We heard a lot in the last couple of days from a panelist that we invited here in a very inspirational day, and even among people in the room here, this concept of a pipeline. So of all the things that you see on the horizon on the legislative side, which one speaks closer or the closest to this, the bits and pieces of a pipeline, something that connects, and from early learning to the higher education? Because it starts very early. I mean, connecting to the parents and the trust in education starts in the very early stages. So which one of all those 696 new bills or something going, what connects more to what we heard in this room in the last couple of days?
That is a complex question. We've attacked it in multiple ways. I'll use Moonshot as the initial example of how do we look at how we can eliminate barriers for access to education for students amongst our own 3 institutions. What if you could create a pathway for a student who could come out of the Poverty to Prosperity program in Ontario, be able to be admitted to Treasure Valley, start receiving their degree there, and then seamlessly move into a degree program at Eastern? Are there things we can do like that just to remove the simplest of barriers like financial aid, at admissions, transcripts? How do we ease that burden? Well, one of the platforms is that if we get all in the same instance of a backbone or an administrative software system, which, I mean, Chris and some other long-timers around here might, like me, might remember, we tried to do this in the early 2000s and just couldn't get there because of the gaps in the technology and what was available at the time. So that's just one example. Another is there's language in there that is creating a statewide transfer council that has that created, that is already taking place, and looking how can we make transfer easier amongst all of the institutions. Investments in early childhood pathways that we're doing with some funding. We just, speaking of federal funding, received a federal grant that we'll be able to, now we actually have a staff person who will be on that doing high school connections, and she's already out meeting with school superintendents and principals and talking to them about what do you need to help your students get from where you're at into a university. How can we ease that burden? What do we need to do? A lot of it is direct intervention. Direct connections with those students. You know, it's not just as easy as bringing them onto campus, but it's incentivizing them to take that next step and realize that college is an opportunity or something beyond high school, any kind of post-secondary education. So there's a lot of plugins that go into that, and some of it, I think we as universities can tend to get in our own way because we believe our Writing 121 is special, and it's different than the one that you might get at Oregon State or at Blue Mountain Community College, and we have to eliminate some of those barriers to provide access. But we're also in a way, I'm sorry if I'm lobbying, but we're also in a model that is, as Ben talked about yesterday, it's a competitive model. They've created a competitive model that's only focused on outcomes. So, 15 years ago or so, when we had more of a shared resource model, it was really focused on course credits and how many students you had enrolled and were they taking classes and were they moving towards a degree. Now it's based on outcomes. So suddenly we're more interested in, these are our students. These are our students. And yeah, our Writing 121 is different because actually at the bottom line is we need that money for that credit. We have to help pay to keep our doors open and get that student to persist into graduation. So there's, long term, if we can get to back, it looks like, and it sounds like we're getting more of those conversations at state level where folks are saying, gosh, why can't you collaborate more? And we say, well, there's no, we don't have any systems to help make that happen. We would like to collaborate, but you're eliminating that in your models. So we might be able to move back towards that. So I still have hope that as Oregon moves along its pathway, it continues to look at what's the best outcome for students, and we keep tweaking things along the way. And yes, we make missteps, and that's going to happen. But we also seem to come back around to, like we're doing now, maybe the outcomes model isn't just all we need to have. Maybe we need to really think about how are we getting students to go to college? How are we helping people get through college and graduating and having a meaningful career in life after that? So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, and I guess I hear the pipeline is also into the workforce. And so I think if you're looking at trends, I think it's healthcare, obviously, and then education, which your School of Education right now, I think we're seeing such turnover in teachers and from burnout to just, they're retiring. And so I think that those are 2 places where y'all can really find a niche. And then I also think it's like there's 600 bills that come out or whatever, thousands of bills, but usually it's because someone, I don't know how many legislators actually have experience in higher education or in some of these worlds, so they're doing the best they can as policymakers, working with legislative council to say, we think there's a problem here, write a bill that fixes it, and it's like almost worse than what exists today. And I think it's the best ideas, like if we have ideas, let's bring those ideas forward. I think that there's other opportunities, especially in construction, like working with the community colleges again on their apprenticeship programs and trying to get a pipeline of workers out here who can do the capital construction stuff so they don't have to come in from Portland or wherever else they have to come in from. So I think it's looking at where there's more regional needs and how we can, what's the problem, and do we have ideas where the university can be that economic engine to help support at every step of the way, whether it's K-12, healthcare, construction, and what the industries are here, so the students you're also producing have jobs that can be created here.
President.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we're at a juncture at EOU. So to the pipelines, Anna characterize it correctly. It's all the way from K-12 to workforce, career. And where we are at Eastern right now is we have grant-funded activities that we're embarking on. The first one that's the most mature, arguably, of scale is the Oregon Teacher Pathway, which reaches down into the high schools, and we're growing that. And we continue to generate grant funding, but it's not institutional funding, if you will, that ultimately over time we have to articulate the return on investment, the value of that for our region, so we ultimately embed that investment. So we're not always going, okay, are we going to be able to provide this 2 years from now? We are in the process of revamping Eastern Promise to be more intentional about pathways versus just giving, not just, but giving dual credit and figuring out where we're continuing to obstruct students from choosing to go to Eastern in that. So those are a couple things on the front end. Moonshot is kind of bridging that in terms of looking across institutions and how can we start to leverage technology and a systems approach to student support services, leveraging technology across that platform as well. And then with our Title III grant, we also have investment in our career services side of things. So we now actually have 2 people in our career services, and they're starting to think about how do we engage in the career pathway conversation, not 3 months before you graduate, but literally through the continuum of your time. And then I would say we're finally at a point where the momentum around the Rev is kicking in, and we have the opportunity for, and this is where board members may be able to really influence outcomes, the potential of having Rev be one of the regional innovation hubs that would be funded through economic development funds versus through higher education funding mechanisms, as well as philanthropic organization that now sees this as a potential model that will help us scale that up for size. So we have really exciting things working across the continuum that Eastern is playing in, and it's selling very well in Salem, but we've got to take that, one, we have to execute, and that's where I'm like, it's one thing to get the money, now we got to produce the results, right? We've got to demonstrate that this is valuable, and then we need to institutionalize this in terms of funding because it has a good return. And I'm not talking about just this next session. This is a long-term process where a board really helps perpetuate that and carry the message. Obviously, a president does as well that I'm not helping with right now. But you as a board, again, that's why I think having a local board can help maintain that continuity versus what we've, unfortunately, at least for the last few decades, experienced in leadership transition of a new president coming in and deciding we have a different identity as a university. So as I think about your intentionality around these things, it's about maintaining the focus, articulating our story and message about who it is we're serving, what we're focusing on, and following through in terms of results on these initiatives.
Quickly, the importance of good communication. I was trying to convey to my wife how exciting was the Moonshot for Equity. However, I didn't really relate it that way. I kept on calling Moonshine for Equity. And so after 3 times, she said, "Is that what you're doing?" I said, "What do you mean?" I said, "No, it's not moonshine, it's moonshot." Oh, so she said, "You need a drink." So the importance of fair communication.
Thank you. Trustee Mendoza.
Kind of want to try that moonshine. I think just hearing part of was the CTE, and one area of thought process is great with innovation, great with economy, great with jobs. I always loved like your vision, Tom. Why are you leaving? Anyway, one thing we're doing, and I think that EOU has been doing a lot with internships and job shadow and future job, and that's part of Pathway. But for at least in LeGrand, we're going to get into more housing and more infrastructure support for the community. And I do feel like EOU has a place to play in the housing and in the infrastructure, because if we're going to help to create jobs, or we're going to help to create an economy, most businesses don't want to go into that town or that rural area unless there's housing, unless there's infrastructure for them. And so an area of growth for us is that pathway of, well, what can we do to support with infrastructure development, and what can we do to support with housing? Because we do need contractors, we do need plumbers, we do need electricians, we need all of these types of things so that we can grow and expand and be what we need to be too, or at least keep people to do those types of things for us in our rural areas. So just that part of it. And I do know there's a lot of funding, there's a lot of resources, and that's something that the state typically likes to support, is how are we doing things with infrastructure development for future trades.
Thank you. Any other comments? It's going to be fun. Okay, thanks, Tim, and thank you, Anna, for coming. That completes our agenda. Our next regular meeting is Wednesday and Thursday, November 9th and 10th. And are we ready to say when the special meeting is, or are you going to communicate that out?
So we're going to make another run at a special meeting.
Okay.
We're going to ask you again about next week to see if perhaps some of you were a little more tentative than and there's a little more available than possibility. But also, I think the following week, just to make sure we've got enough of a range to try to get a significant, more than just a quorum, you know, a significant decision-making group. So we'll be reaching out to you quickly on that.
All right, so be watching your email.
Go ahead, Tom.
I don't know if we're constraining the time frame to an 8 to 5, but I would throw out, not to, you know, take people's evenings and such, but if there's the possibility of looking at a broader time frame that might facilitate opening up some people's schedules.
Okay. And then the committee meetings related to the November board meeting are going to be on October 26th. We have lunch for the trustees and guests at the conclusion of the meeting. Does anyone have any closing remarks? If not, I just thank you all again for your commitment and dedication to EOU. Chris shared to me that you had a healthy and productive discussion, and it's just another reason I'm proud to be a part of EOU and a part of this board. So with that, the 8th annual retreat of the Board of Trustees is adjourned. I get to hit the gavel. Thank you.